Lead attorney here. Hope you guys are doing well. We have a show for you tonight. Now, this is a call-in show. If you want to call in, I'm going to drop the link. Please call in. Let me know your ideas, your opinions, and your perspective about this. The Joe Budden podcast. We got Rory, we got Mal. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we can learn. We can learn a lot of lessons. From this. I want you guys to call in and give me your ideas, but also if you have questions, if you want to talk to an attorney about this and see kind of who's right, who's wrong, what are some of the things that you can do to avoid this type of situation in your own business dealings. We're also going to see that there's a relationship aspect to this as well. They were friends, but also they say never mix business with pleasure, and I don't necessarily agree with that. But you have to do it the right way. And so a lot of times you may be in business with a girlfriend or a fiance or a wife. Even marriage itself is a business in a sense, guys. And so there are a lot of parallels. To this. So I want to talk all about it. So I'm going to drop the link if you want to come up and kind of give your perspective, give your take. I know we had some people that were defending Joe Budden, right? So if you defend Joe Budden, or if you think Mal and Rory are correct, I'm going to drop the link and I want you to come in. But I also want to set up the stage and let you guys know what we're talking about. Give me 1 second. Let me get the link here copied. Drop that down here. All right. I see a few people already in the chat. Who do we got? We got Curtis in the house. We got KTT Wiz. What's KTT Wiz say? The lead attorney on the rise. Thank you so much. Got my man Trash Can Waves. I'll top it. Yes. If you know about it, Trash Can Waves, come on in. We got Miss Love in the house. Always support lead attorney. Thank you so much. We got Clifton. Anti-Gravity always in the house. Shout out to you, Anti-Gravity. Solo Romero. All right. Great to see you, Solo. Joe Bailey. I'm back in this bit. Okay. Great to see Joe Bailey. So I've dropped we got Gimme Too and Taja. All right, perfect. We are filling up. So I'm going to drop the link again, guys. If you want to come in and give us your take, please do. Who else we got? We got Anti-Gravity. What does Anti-Gravity say? It says, lead attorney, can we argue that only the lead attorney is correct in the situation? Yes. I have an opinion. I have a stark opinion on this case as an attorney, but I see how there could be some confusion. So I want you guys to come on in and I want to talk about it. I want to give you the chance to talk to an attorney about this. And maybe you can convince an attorney. About what's really going on. But let me set the stage. And I see we got Noir. I'm going to pull up Noir in a second. But what are we talking about here, guys? What are the facts so far? Of course, and you guys, I will admit, in terms of the back history, you guys may know more about this. So if you hear me say something wrong, jump on in and correct me. But we got Joe Budden, we got a man named Mal, and we got a man named Rory, right? And they were working on the podcast together, Joe Budden's podcast. Well, Rory and Mal got fired. They got fired because they were asking for the books, and apparently they were causing some problems, according to Joe. So they got fired, and Rory and Mal did a response to the firing. And so this is kind of what I want to talk about too, because this is going to set the stage. A lot of people didn't understand kind of what was going on, and there was some confusion. Now, what is the deal? What's the one thing that we need to really analyze this situation? You know, if I'm a pastor, and someone comes to me and they say, hey, the lead pastor, this is my situation in my marriage. What do you think? Am I right or am I wrong? What am I going to say as a lead pastor? Well, I'm going to say one question. What does the Bible say? Right? You got to go to the text. If you yourself are the lead attorney, and I want to know about Kwame's situation with the defamation suit, I want to know the situation about the cease and desist letter. If I'm coming to you, I say, hey, lead attorney, what's the situation about defamation? What are you going to tell me? You're going to say, well, what does the Constitution say? What does the Constitution say about this, about free speech, freedom of speech? Are there any exceptions? What do the statutes say? What do the laws say? Right? And in this situation here, even in football, if there's a play and let's say there's pass interference, defensive pass interference, what do? Well, you got to go to the rule book. You say, is this really the definition of pass interference? Same situation here, guys. You have 3 people working together and there's a dispute. So where do you go? You go to the contract. You guys, you always have to go to the text. If I can tell you something as an attorney, that's the number one thing. You say, where's the text? Where's the text? In this case, the text is the contract. So you go to the contract and you say, well, what's the deal? Are they employees? Are Rory and Mal employees? Are they 1099? Are they independent contractors? Are they partners? Well, in Rory and Mal's situation, in their response, they let everybody know, hey, we had basically a contract, and it seems to me that it was a partnership agreement. They were saying that we're not employees. We are participating in the profits, right? We are profit participating members. We have a profit participating agreement, right? And so that's what you go to say, hey, what are our rights under this agreement? What are our rights? Now, what is a profit participating agreement? What does that normally look like? This is what it normally looks like, guys. And apparently from their explanation of it, this is what it is. You have a business and it's making money. And so after the money is made, there are expenses that you have to pay. Once you pay those expenses, whatever is left over is divided between the members, divided between the members. Now, it looks like they agreed that everything was going to be Joe's. Everything was going to be Joe Budden's, but they were going to be receiving a percentage of the profits, So that was very interesting. Now, let's say some of you guys are like, oh, lead attorney, your IG, your Instagram is terrible, right? So let's assume I'm making $1 million a year on YouTube. I'm not. All right, I'm not. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to release another video on how much I'm making. I had said before that I was going to release a video every for the 10,000, the 20,000, and the 100,000. So I'm at 20,000 subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. Please subscribe to the channel. I'm at 20,000 subscribers. So yeah, I'm going to release another one tomorrow. I'm going to tell you how much I'm making on this YouTube thing. But let's assume that I'm making $1 million. And you come to me and you say, lead attorney, you don't have a social footprint. Your stuff is a disaster. You have social media, Instagram. You say, I know how to do all this. I know how to do all this for you, lead attorney. I'll get you hooked up. I say, fine. This is what we're going to do. You and I, we're going to be partners. I'm still going to be the lead attorney. Okay. I'm still going to be in front of the camera and all this, but you're going to handle my social media. And I am going to give you 50%. I'm going to give you 50% of all of my profits. Right. And you say, fine. So you start working on me and you get me all hooked up with the restreaming and Instagram and Facebook. You got me going. And so I give you, let's say, $20,000 over the first month. And you see me growing. You see my subscribers growing. Then the second month, I give you another 20 grand. And you say, okay. Then you see me growing and more subscribers. In the third month, I give you another 20 grand. What are you going to say? You're going to say, wait, I thought we were half and half. Your subscribers are growing. Your numbers are growing. Your income is growing. Why am I still making the same? What are you going to say to me? You're going to say one thing. You're going to say, lead attorney, I want to see the books. I want to see how much you're making, because it doesn't make sense to me how we are making more and more money, but my paychecks are the same. If we're 50-50 and we're making more money, my half should be more. Your half is more. What do you need? You need to see the books. Right? You need to see the books. And that's what Rory and Mal were on. They were like, we need to see the books. Now, in every single profit participating agreement, every single partnership where there is income based on percentages, you need to see the books. Now, what are these called? These provisions. They can be called an auditing provision or an accounting provision. Sometimes these are the same, very similar. Sometimes they're different. But in the contract, Rory and Mal are saying, we had the right to see the books. But what would happen when they would go see the books? What would happen when they would ask Joe, hey, Joe, these numbers, all right, I trust you. We're friends. I trust you. You know, what do they say in Russia that Russia's saying? Trust, but verify, right? Roy was saying, oh, we trust you. We're friends and everything. I need to verify. Can I verify? How do you verify? You have to see the books, right? You have to see the books. So in the partnership agreement was a provision for them to get an accounting, or at least to do to get the to see the books for the accounting, and probably to audit at least once a year. I think they mentioned something about them having access to the books every quarter. And so at first, Joe issued a response to that saying, no, they didn't get to see any of the profits or anything like that. But then he kind of contradicted himself. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. But I want to hear you guys. I want to talk to you about this. See what you think. What do you guys think? Who is in the right? Who is in the wrong? I've got my own perspective. But I want to know your opinion. And also, if you want to talk to an attorney about this, come on up. We got 2 people in the house already. All right. Let me get this all straight. Noir, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can. Great to see you, Noir. Great to see you. Give me 1 second, Noir. Let me hit one of these. We got my man King of Spades in the house. King of Spades. Shout out to King of Spades. You guys don't know, man. King of Spades been riding with me since I had probably 30 subscribers. Shout out to King of Spades. I know a lot of you guys just found me, and I appreciate y'all coming on board, be part of the fam. Just want to let y'all know that this man right here, King of Spades, has been on it for since the beginning. So what do you guys think? Who was right? Who was wrong? All right, Noir. Am I saying that? I'm sorry, I mispronounced.
No, it's good.
What do you think about all this? This is something I'm glad you said this, Blanca. You are mispronouncing Mal's name. Please, is it Mal or Mal? Who knows? I know I'm going to mispronounce that. All right, I'm going to ask Noir. Hey, Noir, do you know if it's Mal or Mal? Do you know what it is?
I'm not too sure, because I think Joe's got a different kind of accent. So when he pronounces it, it might not even be the right way. So I couldn't comment too much on that.
Gotcha. You sound like you are. Where are you from? The UK, something like that?
Yeah, the greatest country in the world.
The greatest country in the world. I hear you. All right, I think it's
Yeah.
Geez. Now, Ruben, do you know if it's Mal or Mal? Okay. Anti-gravity cleared it up. It said it's Mal. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm in my mid-40s. All right. I know about the law side of things, but I don't know, too much about the backstory. So thank you so much, Anti-gravity. Mal with 1 L instead of 2. Is that what we're saying? Okay. I think we're gonna call him Mal. I think Anti-gravity is exactly right. All right. So again, I'm only an attorney. All right, Noir, what do you think about this? Who's right? Who's wrong? What's your opinion on this?
Well, first, as always, I want to start with making some definitions. So, the right and wrong. Let's go with the moral right and wrong, and let's go with the legal right and wrong. So separate those two things so that the conversation can be more clean. Mm-hmm. Now, when it comes to moral right and wrong, if it's true that if they did have a profits participation sort of contract agreement, then under that kind of contract agreement, yeah, he should show them the books, because if he's not showing them the books, clearly there's something that he's hiding. Otherwise, why not actually just show them the books? Yeah. Maybe he doesn't trust them. Maybe he's doing something else. Maybe he's cleaning something through the company. Maybe he's not even stealing from them. Maybe this is something connected to something else altogether, and he's a laundromat. I'm sure we understand what we're meaning there, right? Yeah. But it means that something else is going on, which is not adding up. There is something that's not adding up. Now, when it comes to legal,
let me jump in right here. This is a good moment. When you say maybe there are things in here in the agreement that he doesn't want them to know, that's such a great point. And guys, whenever you have an agreement like this, let's say Joe was involved in a number of businesses, right? He was talking about his Patreon. He was talking about the Cash App sponsorship. He had a lot of things. We can assume that maybe Joe was doing things that didn't involve Rory or Mal, right? And so Rory and Mal would only have access to the books to the extent that they were participating in that percentage. If Joe had a lawn care business and that was totally apart from the podcast, they would not have access to that information regarding that business. Only the information that concerns the percentages that they had access to would Rory and Mal really have access to those records. So that was a great point, Noir. Sorry about that.
No, it's good. It's good. So here, I don't want to assume anything just yet until I've kind of outlaid the whole thing. But what if Joe actually had a business, maybe the business he's actually registered under, but he's mixing and matching different streams of revenue. So let's say he's getting some money from Patreon, he's getting some money from Cash App, he's getting money from all these other aspects. And maybe Rory, people aren't paying because of Rory. They're actually purely paying just because of his own interests. Now, if he's putting all that money through the same stream, which he does have that contract with Rory and Mal, then maybe he didn't want to kind of expose that, because then it might represent that actually they're entitled to that money as well. Because technically, if it's under the same company he registered under and they are also participating members in these profits, maybe he just didn't want to go down that path, because, well, he would have to share it legally, because then that means he's not cleaning house properly if he's putting everything under the same stove.
Yeah, and let me jump in on that, and let me just let you guys know that whenever businesses start making money, they go to accountants, and a lot of these accountants are specialized. You could call them forensic accountants, and they are very good at tracing funds and source tracing, knowing where the money came from and what it should be assigned to. So I hear what you're saying. He's like, oh, he's got money from these different streams of incomes, and it's going into the same pot. Rory's accountant and Mal's accountant would be able to figure that out, no problem, right? So that's not really a concern. It will be a concern for regular people like you and me. If you have all this money coming in and going out of an account, let's say an operating account, because you and I aren't trained to source funds, to trace funds. But forensic accountants, they do that all day, right? So they'll do that in their sleep. That's nothing for them. That's nothing for them. So I hear where you're coming from, and I think that would be a good argument if we're talking about two people like you and me. Two people trying to do our own taxes. But both Rory and Mal had their own accountants, and Joe had his own accountant. In fact, Rory said in his response that that Joe's accountants, apparently they had been together for a long time, and the accountant was kind of overcharging him, or at least the accountant was extremely expensive. So you figure if they're extremely expensive, they know what they're doing. So I hear where you're coming from, but I'm not sure that's a concern in their case, because these are competent accountants, forensic accountants, who know where the money is coming from and where the money is going and where it should go. Right?
Well, see, that's perfect then. So if that's cleared up, then the next argument is this then, is that if Rory and Mal know that there's something off with the auditing, why haven't they involved more of an IRS perspective, getting them to audit him? Because as you said, legally, if they are participating in the profits, they should be able to actually have rights to audit, to force audit their participating partner. Is that true, or is that not true?
Well, yes and no. I mean, you can't get the IRS involved, because the IRS is the government and they're just involved in taking taxes.
Right.
They're not going to get involved in your dispute. But you're exactly right. He should have gotten his lawyers involved. And I'm sure the lawyers are starting to get up now, because, he sat on this. Rory from the very beginning was like, hey, I want my percent. I want to see the book so I can just make sure I'm getting my percentage. Mal said the same thing, and Joe would flip out. Joe would just absolutely flip out. Oh, what do you mean? You're not entitled to the books and this and that. You don't trust me. You're calling me a liar. You're calling me a thief. You're saying I'm stealing from you. And he would blow up. And so Rory would just kind of like, oh, okay. And then he would shut up about it. And then 3 months would pass, 6 months would pass, and Rory would be like, hey, in the contract, it says that I have this right to the accounting and to see the book. Oh, you're calling me a stealer. Do you want to fight? You calling me a thief? You think I'm stealing from you? And he would blow up again. And so Rory would kind of back down again, right? Oh, okay. And every time money would come up, they were super good on the podcast. They were super good behind the scenes, except when money would come up, except when books and accounting and those concepts would come up. Then Joe would blow up. Joe would absolutely blow up, and they would be meek, and they would just kind of they would kind of bow down to him, right? Which is, and shout out to friend of the show, which is why I labeled it sheep and wolves, because it is so clear in this situation who were the sheep and who was the wolf, right? It kind of reminds me almost of like a Dane Dash situation where you're dealing with a man who would just, that was just his personality. He would just start screaming and blowing up for no reason. That's the way he handled business. That is the absolute way you handle business. What does Plenty Water say? Shout out to Plenty Water. Says, Plenty Water says, no, Joe wasn't wrong. Rory and Mal were not patient and they were greedy. Well, if you want to come up, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So thank you so much, Noir. Did you have anything to add? I don't want to cut you off.
No, just okay. So you stated that actually they have the legal right to check for it. Now, this contract, does it actually allow for termination? Because, for example, if they agree that actually Joe's podcast is owned by Joe and they're just participating in the profits, is there a timeline to this? Meaning, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Yes and no. I don't know if there's a termination clause in it, but there is a time limit, a term limit in the contract. I think all parties agreed that the contract was going to be expiring anyway, right? So I'm not sure what the length of the contract was, if it was for 2 years, 4 years, but all three sides mentioned that the contract was going to be terminating at some point. So yeah, it does look like there was some type of termination. And Joe kept saying, hey, when this thing terminates, guess what? You guys are going on salary. And what are they like? They're like, hell no, you're not putting me on salary. Do you see the money I'm making getting your percentage? You think there's ever a reason we were going to agree to a salary? And so now he started the same he started up the podcast again, but apparently he's brought in new people. And guess what? You think those new people are getting a percentage? Hell no, they're getting a salary, right? So that's a great question too. Let me shout out to Jessica X. I was waiting like thousands of other people for her last podcast. And, we were not podcast. What do you call it? Live stream. And she disappeared on it. She stood us all up. I wanted to thank you in that podcast. I keep calling it a podcast, in that live stream, for helping me out on my previous live stream. You were like the number one tech support. I'm new to this, so I really appreciate all of your help, Jessica. The tips that you gave me to make my live stream smoother. It came in very, very handy. So thank you so much, and shout out to Jessica X. You guys know who she is, but if you don't, please go over there, subscribe to her, check out her channel. She is awesome. She is absolutely awesome. The wisdom that she drops, especially in this environment right now where you're talking about things about the manosphere and the red pill community. She is absolutely a refreshing voice. Shout out to Red Sings the Blues. Red Sings the Blues. Thank you so much for the super chat. I did a collaboration with Red Sings the Blues yesterday. I'm not sure if it's up or not, but y'all go check out his channel too and go subscribe to him. Great brother. Great brother. Deep. And we got my man Solomon Kennard. Shout out to Solomon Kennard. Always supporting your boy. So thank you, Solomon. It's great to see you again too. All right, Ruben, what do you think about this, Ruben? And again, I'll drop the link. Plenty Water says bring. What does Plenty Water says? Plenty Water says bring me in. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody can come in. You don't need to show your face or anything like that. You just come in. Give me 1 second. You just come in and just come on up. Just click the link and come on up. All right, Ruben, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sound great. Lead attorney, I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Wait, Ruben, let me just say you're kind of hard to hear. Your volume is a little low. Is there a way that you can cut your volume up?
Is that better?
It's a little bit better. Yeah, but if you could speak a little
louder.
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. I just want to keep it real for a second. Joe, the show wouldn't be a show without Joe Budden. With those two, Mal and Rory tried to make a show on their own, it wouldn't succeed to the level of Joe Budden. Now, saying that, of course, there might be some things that Joe doesn't want them to see. But had it not been for him, they wouldn't have a job. People do this in the corporate world all the time. People are getting PP loans and all this stuff, not doing nothing for their employees. Nobody's asking them to see their books.
Okay, so, let's start, and I want to go step by step. I'm not cutting you off to end you, because I think you're making some great points. Let's talk about this. You say employees don't go around asking to see the books. You are exactly right. Now, why are you right? Because if you're an employee, if you work for UPS, You don't have a contract that allows you to see the books, right? If you work for FedEx, you don't have a contract that allows you to see books. If you work for Coca-Cola, you're an employee. Your employment contract says you're going to do this. You're going to be the executive of marketing. You're going to get paid $115,000. You're going to work 40 hours plus, and that's what you get. But nowhere, give me 1 second. Nowhere in your employment contract are you allowed to see the books. So when you say employees don't get to see the books, you're absolutely right. What Rory and Mal are saying is we are not employees. We have an agreement. And in the agreement, it says that we have the right to see the books. Don't call us employees because we are not. We share in the profits. So that would be Rory and Mal's response to your comment right there. But go ahead.
Now, what I was going to say, Lee Attorney, is if we're all being honest about the situation, you know everyone does that. I mean, we're talking about the corporate America not being able to see the.
Hey, Ruben, I don't want to cut you off, but I really want people to hear what you're saying.
Okay, you were saying about corporate America. I mean, when you're out having a job that you can't see the books, but the Consumer Protection Act states a little different, that you're supposed to be assured that you're working for a legitimate legal business. And if that takes seeing the books in your eyes, why couldn't that be your way of making sure you're working for a legitimate legal company? And that says it in the Consumer Protection Act, that you have to be assured that you are working for a legitimate legal company. You have the right to know that.
Yes. And what is a legitimate legal company? A legitimate legal company is just a company that has a business license.
No,
right?
No, sir. Let me explain myself.
Okay.
I was working at a call center, sir. They were doing illegal calls. Now, they had a legitimate business license, but the calls they were making weren't legal calls. So I asked.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I asked the owner, I said, this doesn't seem very legal what we're doing here. And they said, you got a problem, leave. So I left. And come to find out that it wasn't legal. What they were doing, they were calling people, telling them their insurance was canceled, and then trying to sell them insurance. These people were calling, crying. I mean, most of them they look like me, and it pissed me off. So I was like, I don't think this is legit. So why wouldn't I have a right to see the books and to see if this is legitimate under the Consumer Protection Act? Why couldn't I see it then?
Okay, what you're talking about is a legitimate company that is doing criminal activities. Those are totally different things. You can have a legitimate company that starts committing crimes. In fact, it happens every day, right? It happens every day. Just because a business is committing crimes all of a sudden doesn't mean it's not licensed and registered with the state, right? Now, if a business is committing crimes, you don't have the right all of a sudden to go look at the books. You got a right to call the police, right? But you don't have a right to see the books. The only way that you have a right to see the books is if it's in your employment contract. All right, that's the difference. That's the difference. And that's what Rory and Mal are saying. They were like, in our agreement, we have a right to an accounting. We have a right to an audit. Right. So that's the difference from what you're talking about with the Rory and Mal situation. I know I'm saying Mal, Rory and Mal situation. In a company, when you're an employee, you do not have a right to see the books. You don't get to see how much money you're making because it doesn't matter. However much Coca-Cola is making, if you're making $85,000, all Coca-Cola has to do is pay you your $85,000. You don't need to know how much Coca-Cola is making. You don't need to know how much Home Depot is making. You don't need to know how much Google and Facebook are making. If you're working at Google, you need to take your $500,000 and shut up, right? That's what they're going to tell you. Don't worry about how much money we're getting, right? So employees, guys, do not have the right to see the books. What Rory and Mal are saying is that they're not employees. They have the right to participate in the profits. They get a percentage, and you have to see the books to get your percentage. If I tell you your percentage is 20%, all right, and I give you $5,000, how do you know if you should get 5,000? Maybe you should get 50,000. You don't know. What's the only way that you know is to see the books.
I have a question.
And if you don't see the books, then you could be gypped out.
I see what you're saying.
No problem. And thank you, Ruben. Who said they had a question? Was that Noir?
Yeah, I have a question here. So I'm trying to build the understanding in my head. So a few questions. Do you know if he's registered as an incorporation or some kind of sole trader option. And that's one. Two, when people are filing taxes, is it in whatever state they filed the company under, is it available for public to see the taxes? Because at least that way they can kind of begin to kind of see, okay, if they're paying this amount of tax, then this, they can do backtracking and try to figure out roughly maybe how much money is being made. And then the third question, I guess, or comment here is that,
you're asking a lot of questions. You're asking a lot of questions. For the first question, I think you asked. What was the first question that you asked?
Right. So do you have an idea if it's he's registered as an incorporation or more of a sole trade provider?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know how they're registered. Everybody's really waiting for someone to drop or someone to leak the contract. The contract is everything. The contract is absolutely everything. Now, what is brother? I can't pronounce that. What does brother say? That just means they're on commission, man. No. Commission is very different. Commission is very different. Commission means, and commission can be tied to anything. You can get, 20% of this or 50% of that. But usually on commissions, you are not entitled to the profits. You're not entitled to a percentage of the profits of the business. You're usually entitled to a percentage of the business that you bring in, right? So if you are a car salesman, a lot of car salesmen work on commissions. What does that mean? It means if they sell a car, maybe they get $500. Maybe they get a bonus or some type of commission structure where they get 2% or 5% of the value of the car, right? Or who else works on commissions? Most sales jobs. Mary Kay, for example, I don't know how Mary Kay is made, but most sales jobs, you have some type of commission and bonus structure. But all that means is you are entitled to a portion of the money that you bring in, you yourself. That's it. But Rory is entitled to a percentage of the profits. Rory's entitled to a percentage of the business that Joe brings in, that Rory brings in, that Mal brings in, right? And the same thing with Mal and the same thing with Joe. In commissions, you are usually only entitled to a portion of what you yourself bring in. And when you share the profits, though, you are entitled to a percentage of the whole thing. The whole thing, all of the profits of the whole business, not just what you bring in. But whoever brings in anything after the profits, after the expenses go out and we see what the profits of the business are, you are entitled to a percentage of that, no matter who brought it in. No matter who brought it in. So I'm glad brother made this comment because it gave me a chance to make an important distinction. And you guys know that you need to know that there's a big difference between a commission and getting a percentage of the profits of the company, right? All right, anti-gravity. What do you think about all this?
Hey, thanks for having me on, lead attorney.
No problem.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. I don't want to victim blame them, but I have to say that it's Mal and Rory's fault, the majority of it. Because earlier, I didn't, when I first started in business, I didn't really look into how important reputation is.
Yes.
But just as a casual fan of Joe Budden, even I know his reputation. And these guys have been friends with him for years. So it is possible to be friends with someone or be family and do business with them. But even I have friends where I wouldn't even loan them money, but they're still, good friends will hang out. But I know if I give them money, they won't pay me back, right?
Exactly.
So, and Joe has been the biggest enemy of himself in his entire career. And he does, like, for example, with his Spotify deal, after he wasn't able to get his deal, he just goes on and blasts the company, which is super unprofessional. So, of course, they're not going to give him a contract like they did with Joe Rogan, the $100 million, or maybe it's even more than that, which is kind of what he was upset about. So without really knowing what's in the contract, what we can get from both their statements is that, like you said earlier, they're profit partners. But because Joe is Joe, from his reputation, there are many ways where he could, fudge the expenses so that they get lower profit payouts. And anytime they asked for the auditing, which may or may not have been in their contract, most likely it is because of the type of agreement they talked about.
Exactly.
If the first time he blows up on them, they should have put their foot down. They should have said, hey, this is in our contract. We need to see it. But since they're like, oh, we're friends, and it's a rap podcast, so they're kind of like, I don't know, kind of that tough guy attitude, in there. We don't call the cops. We don't sue people kind of thing. I don't ascribe to that ethos, bro. I got my lawyers on deck. So
that is exactly right.
That would have been the perfect time for them to have a real answer. Either their friendship would have been ended there, or they would have got their answer. So that would have been the time years ago to get a real clear answer. So what they would have gotten answer on like years ago, they're getting it now. That's kind of my view on it.
Yes, and this is so interesting. It's almost like getting in a relationship with a woman, and everybody tells you, hey man, that woman's going to cheat on you. She's been around the block and she cheats on everybody. But you're like, no. I'm in love with her, and this is different with us. And then what happens,
Right.
4 months later, she's cheating on you. You cannot change people. Maybe people can change themselves, but you cannot change people. Rory and Mal knew this man's temperament way before they entered into these contracts. They knew what they were getting into. One of the best ways to figure out how a person is going to treat you is to open your eyes and look how they're treating other people, right? In relationships, isn't that a thing that women say when they're out on a date and they're like, oh, I look at the way that he treats the waiters, right? Because maybe if he's blowing up at the waiters, maybe, when we start dating, he'll start blowing up on me. The same thing happened. They knew what this man has been a wolf since day one. This man has been argumentative. This man has been disagreeable since day one. But they're like, oh, we're friends, so it's different. It's different with us. And it's not. It is absolutely not. So they learned a lesson. And what they should have done, you're saying, well, once he blew up that first time, that should have been a red flag. Totally agree with you, anti-gravity. Totally agree with you. But I would go further. I would say even before then, when they started to see, hey, this podcast has legs, right? This podcast can actually get us money, where we can get some big money. They should have sat down. They should have went to dinner and said, look, guys, this is what we're going to do. If I'm Rory, this is what I do. I take everybody to a nice steak dinner. And I'm like, man, we got something here. We've been doing this for many years. And now look where we're at. We're starting to get sponsorships. We're starting to get offers. So this is what's going to happen. Joe, you're going to get your own attorney. And, you're the head of this. You're the face of it. We're just backup dancers. We're important, but we're backup dancers. We're backup singers, right? So, and you need us, all right? Because no one can do what we can do, but you're still the head of it. So you're going to have your attorney and you're going to have your accountant. And Mal, you the same thing. You're going to get your own attorney and you're going to get your own accountant. And guess what, guys? I'm going to get my own attorney and I'm getting my own accountant. And all of these accountants, they're going to talk over our heads. Whenever there's a disagreement or something, the attorneys are going to work it out. And we're going to stay down here and we're going to be friends. But, the attorneys are going to keep everything in line. We just work a podcast. None of us has an MBA. None of us has a master's in business administration. None of us are forensic accountants. None of us know how to handle all of this money. We're just street dudes that are dropping knowledge, and entertaining people. So we're going to get professionals on deck that know how to do all of this, right? And you say that from the very beginning so that there's no misunderstanding where you blow up and you're like, hey, why are you calling me a thief or this or that? No, because you already had the conversation way before. And so the attorneys ask for it. I call my attorney and I say, hey, this is Rory. And I want to see what the numbers look like. And my attorney says, okay, bet. And what does my attorney do? My attorney sends an email to Joe's attorney and says, hey, send me over the accounting, right? We have a right to an accounting once a year or an audit once a year. I think he said they have a right to an accounting every quarter. So we would like our accounting right now. Please give it to us in the next 10 days. Thank you so much. Enter. What is there to blow up about? The accountants are talking, the lawyers are talking, right? And so this is a big thing. They tried to handle it themselves. Guys, we're professionals for a reason, right? If you need a spleen transplant, are you going to try to do that yourself? Right now, shout out to Rory, because he actually did get an attorney. So many of you will enter into businesses with your friends and you won't even have a contract. It'll just be all words and all handshakes. And then the lawyers, we come in and what did I say, guys, when I first started off? What is the lawyer going to say? What's the very first question when he gets retained? The lawyer's going to say one thing. He's going to say, can I see the contract? And what are you going to say? Oh, well, he's my friend, so I don't have one.
Right.
And you're screwed. You're screwed because you're a sheep and you're dealing with a wolf. Right. And Joe Budden is absolutely a wolf. So no, I
Mr.
totally,
Attorney.
And there's like two layers to that, if I could just mention real quick. One is Joe is, he really looks up to Hove, right? And we know his business dealings have been fairly shady, right? So if you were ever going to get into a contract with him, you would have to make sure it's bulletproof. And the second is, particularly Mal, his brother was in Rockefeller. So he really should have no excuse for, not making sure whatever deal he was going into is, rock solid, because he has his older brother that could mentor him on the subject.
Interesting. What did you say? What was the first point that you made?
Joe Budden really looks up to Hove.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, people, we have to learn our lessons, right? We have to learn our lessons. It's very, very true. But, go ahead. I'm sorry. Who was speaking?
This is Ruben.
Okay, Ruben.
I understand what you're saying about the law wholeheartedly,
Mm-hmm.
but I liken this to a man or a woman having finances when you marry them, and now that you want to get a divorce, you want half of what they got, whether it be the man or the woman. They brought no value to that show, period. Joe could have done that by himself, and he's not a wolf. To be honest, it's kind of a label that they give all of us that look like us. You know what I'm saying? If he's a wolf, then the people in corporate America, or what are they, dragons? I mean, the people, Rory and Mal, they brought zero to the show. Zero. Without Joe Budden, they would be working in Foot Locker. Not nothing wrong with Foot Locker, but they wouldn't have the success that they have had they not been for Joe. And it's not him being a wolf, it's him trying to get in where he fits in. He took two people that didn't have much and put them on.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to your first argument. Your first argument, you brought up marriage. Can you say that? Wait, give me 1 second.
I liken that.
Wait, give me 1 second. Let me shout out to John Crimes. What does John Crimes say? Didn't want to butt in. I know you are looking for Jessica Reed. Yes, I am looking for her. She wants to talk to you, but your inbox is full. How can you get in contact with her? I don't know if my inbox is full. I think I'm still getting emails. Some crazy person sent me an email this morning. So I'll put my email in the chat. It's just the lead attorney. Maybe she has the wrong email address. It's the lead. Maybe she saw. Okay, listen, guys. Here's the thing. I put a notice in my video description saying, "Don't email me your legal questions anymore," because they're flooded. All right. If I see a legal question, I don't even look at it. But I would absolutely look at an email from Jessica. So I'll put my email in the chat. But please, I've been contacting Choke No Joke, trying to get him to get her to contact me, because Choke No Joke also mentioned in a video that she was looking for me. I'll put my email in the chat though, the lead attorney at gmail.com. Thank you so much, John. Hey, I had John on my channel. I shouted him out because a lot of you guys are new here because of the videos that I've been doing on Charlemagne the God, right? And shout out to Abel. Abel is like, listen, are we ever getting back to father's right stuff? Are we ever getting back to family law stuff? I'm gonna slip some of that stuff in. But I also want to talk about this too, because there is a woman who's a victim and she's trying to come forward and get justice. But at the same time, Abel, I have not forgotten about you. Shout out to Abel. So we're gonna do all of that. But John Crimes has an excellent documentary on the whole situation. So please go over there and check out his documentary. Subscribe to his channel. This brother is killing it. And also shout out to Choke No Joke. Because I want to make sure, and shout out to Star, because sometimes apparently Choke No Joke, people see John Crimes' documentary and I don't think Choke No Joke sees all the time how John Crimes shouts him out and gives him credit. And a lot of other people, not a lot of other people, but there are some people, not John, but other people have used Choke No Joke's video footage and his work and not giving him the credit. And he's hot about it, as he very well should be. He very well should be. So y'all go check out Choke No Joke. This involves the Jessica Reed Charlemagne the God. I don't know how you guys call him the God. This involves that situation. So thank you so much, John. And yes, all Jessica has to do is email me. So thank you. I appreciate that. Do we got anyone else? Nope. That's it. All right. So all right. And I'm sorry I interrupted you, Ruben, about that. Ruben, do you remember the comment that you made likening this to a marriage? Because I definitely wanted to talk about that. All right. What was your comment about how this was like a marriage?
I said I liken this to a marriage where the man or the woman, they are established when you meet them, where they have big business or something. And then when you get a divorce, you won't have. All
right. Now, let me tell you why that's proper, right? Guys, please listen to me. Please listen to me. When I tell you if something is right or wrong in religion, what are they going to go to? They're going to go to the Bible, right? What does the Bible say? If two partners have a partnership, a conflict, what are they going to go to? They're going to go to the partnership agreement, right? If a man and a woman who are married, because this is what Ruben is saying, the wife wants half. She shouldn't get half. Okay, what determines if she should get half or not?
Or husband. All
right, fine. Let's say the husband wants half. Fair enough. The husband wants half. What document is the judge going to look at to figure out if the husband should get half?
Prenup.
Exactly. You're exactly right. The judge is going to look at the prenup. Now, the problem with a lot of you people is that you don't have a prenup. So the judge then has to look at the laws in your state because you didn't make a prenup. But guess what, Ruben? Guess what Joe, Rory, and Mal made? They made a prenup.
A contract.
That's exactly right. And what does their prenup say? The prenup says they get a percentage. Joe agreed to give them a percentage. So how can you sit back and say they didn't do anything, they're not worth anything, when Joe in the agreement gave them their percentage? All they are asking for is what they are entitled to under the agreement. How are they wrong?
I didn't think he believed that he would blow up like he did as far as his podcast, and when he was giving them what he thought they deserved. Now, again, I understand what you're saying about the contract, but they bring nothing to the table.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Why does that matter if he signed the contract? What is QI Film Media and Art say? Contracts matter. What are you talking about? They didn't bring anything to it. It doesn't matter. QI Film Media and Art is exactly right. It doesn't matter if Rory brought $1,000 a month to the business, if he brought $0 to the month, $0 a month. It doesn't matter if Rory was costing the business money. The only thing that matters is the contract. What does the contract say? I want my percentage. Right? So you cannot say, oh, well, they're not worth anything. They shouldn't get anything because Joe signed the contract. Now, what are you saying? You're saying, oh, well, Joe didn't think that the podcast was going to blow up. I agree. I don't think Joe really knew the numbers that they were going to make. But does that matter, Ruben? If he signed the contract?
It should to me. I understand what you're saying about the contract, and that's legal binding. I get that. But my mind would tell me if I'm Joe, I done took you two broke people and I done put some money in your pocket. Now you trying to cross me on the backside?
Who's crossing? Who's crossing who? They're just asking for what they're getting in the contract. Why are you saying that Rory and Mal are crossing him when they just want what's in the contract?
Because it's just like you just said. He didn't think he was going to blow up. So, he got these two cats to come on there, add a little color commentary that wasn't really doing nothing, try to attract different audiences. So we're going to get a white dude in here, okay. He didn't bring nothing to the table. When nobody was like, you know what? Where's Rory today? The hell with Joe Budden. Where's Rory? We don't know what's going on with Rory. He didn't bring nothing to the table. I get it what you said. I understand contracts matter, and you're right. My whole thing is they're dirt bags. They're slime because they should have been happy with what they were getting because they had nothing in the beginning. But they saw things blowing up. They see Joe starting to ride pretty good, starting to fly pretty good, money looking good. So they figure like, well, maybe we should get a little more. And I don't think that's right.
Let me ask you this. You what kind of work do you do? What industry are you in?
I'm a manager in a call center.
Okay. Let's say you work at a call center, and you've been working at a call center a long time, and a new call center starts up, and they're looking for a new manager. And they're a startup, but they're saying, listen, we are aggressive and we are making calls and we're going to get this money. Please come over here. And we're going to get you over here, we're going to give you a percentage. And let's say that, you know, where you're at right now, let's say you're making $8,000 a month and they want to pay you $10,000 a month. They want to pay you $10,000 a month, and they've calculated based on the percentages, they're going to pay you $10,000 a month. But they make a mistake because when you go over there, they're more successful than they thought. And now, because of the percentages, they're having to pay you $25,000 a month. $25,000 a month based on the contract that they signed. Now, they made a mistake because they didn't think that they were going to be that big.
Mm-hmm.
They thought they were only going to pay you 10, but they're paying you $25,000 a month.
Okay.
So they come to you and say, listen, no, we got to renegotiate this contract because we're supposed to pay you $25,000 a month for 3 years, and that's too much. We want to pay you $10,000 a month. Are you going to say, oh, okay, I'll just take the $10,000 a month? What are you going to say?
Me being me, honestly, I would want the 25, but I would tell them I'll take the 10, but we're going to have some other stipulations where I got a secure job for the next 20 years, vacations. We got to come up with some other stuff. But I'm not going to talk myself out of a $10,000 a month job.
So you're saying that you would not take the 25? You would just take the...
Listen, I'm going to say it again. I would want the 25,000. Boy, would I want it. If they say we want to renegotiate your contract, if I didn't see where I could renegotiate my contract and keep my job, meaning I'm gonna have to take the 10 or no job, I'm gonna take the 10.
You gonna take? Okay.
Rather than be unemployed. I'm just being real with you. It's easy when you're an attorney to sit back and say, "Oh yeah, I have these different options and all that." But I just told you I'm a manager in a call center. So I don't have no overabundance of, job offers. So if they want to pay me $2,000 more than I make, I go over there. Then they start paying me 25 and they say, look, man, we can't afford to pay you 25. We want to go back to 10. I'll be like, all right, bet.
Okay. All right. I hear you. So
I'm being honest.
Okay.
I can sit here and make it sound good and be like, hell no, I'm going for 25. But see, I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that to the call center. You would just say, okay, I know you made a mistake.
Not to the call center, to myself. I don't care nothing about them. I'm not going to say, okay, I'm gonna give me my 25. They give me my 25,000. When it's time to renew the contract, I'm out of a job.
Okay, I hear you. All right. Well, fair enough. All right,
Let me ask you a question, lead attorney. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You representing a big multinational firm. I mean, they got a lawsuit in against some big tobacco. You stand to make millions and millions of dollars. But when they told you the exception in this case, you didn't know it was going to come out to be business. The exception in this case, they say, man, we want to give you a retainer of $10 million, and that's that. But when they get the lawsuit, it's $1 trillion. You going to expect some more?
I want my trillion. I did hard work, and that's what we agreed to. I want every last penny of my trillion.
I think you misunderstood what I said. I said if they made more than you thought they were going to make from this lawsuit, they gave you $5 million, but you thinking they only going to make 20, but they make $1 trillion. Are you going to want more than what they originally said they was going to give you? Because I'm sure it was a number to what Joe told him. He probably said percentage, but when he said percentage, he probably said a percentage, and y'all check looked like this. I guarantee you, every one of their checks was the same. They didn't go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. They was the same across the board, and I wouldn't have bet that.
No, that's wrong. Because when you're getting percentages, they're never the same because the money that's coming in.
I'm betting that they were.
Okay, I hear you.
You said percentage is not supposed to. I get that, but I'm betting Joe paid them a set amount for the duration of their stay with him. It didn't go up or down, up or down. I bet it didn't.
Okay, I hear you.
When you find out, make sure you put it on your show because I watch every day.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ruben. And I will say this, it kind of goes to your point a little bit. Robin Williams. You guys remember Robin Williams, rest in peace.
The comedian. Yeah.
Yes. I think he did Jumanji. He did the voice of someone in Jumanji, I think, right? Some character. And no one thought it was going to make any money. And I think he was like, listen, just pay me like $50,000 or something, right? And so they said, fine. Disney's like, fine, here's your $50,000. You can come in and do a voice. So he was like, oh, it's not going to make a lot of money. I'll just do it for free to help you guys out, right? Turns out, Aladdin. Vash said it was Aladdin, right? Thank you.
Same thing with Friday.
Give me one second. So he does the Aladdin movie and it blows up. And like Disney makes like millions and millions of dollars. What does Robin Williams say? He goes nuts. He goes insane. He's threatening lawsuits. He's like, oh, you guys screwed me. What do the Disney attorneys say? They say, dude, you agreed to the 50 grand. Now you want more because Aladdin blew up? What about your contract? And Robin Williams was like, he was losing his mind. He was so outraged. But the Disney attorneys were like, listen, a contract is a contract. Now they came back and they did him right. What did they do? What did Disney do? They went and got him a painting, right? So they shipped him a painting. The painting was worth $1 million. So they said, we're not going to pay you a percentage. We're not going to give you a check. Here's a painting, and the painting is worth $1 million. But come on, you agreed to this, man. You agreed to this. So don't come don't come trying to change the agreement now, right? After the fact. And that's what what's his name? Joe is trying to do. He's trying to change the agreement after the fact because he didn't know the money that they were going to make. But if you agree to something, you agree to it. So I hear what you're saying, Ruben, but that's not the way the law works in America. If you sign your name to a contract, it is what it is.
Lead attorney, can I ask you one quick question?
Absolutely.
Since you said about the law.
Yeah.
How is it that the law doesn't work the same for everybody if it's so absolute, like numbers? Why doesn't it work the same for everybody?
Like in what specific case?
In like all cases. If you look at every prison in the country, it's filled up with people that look like me. We don't commit all the crimes. We're not the criminals of the earth. And you can go on every police blotter that you can get your hands on. There's stuff going on in every trailer park from here. I'm in Tampa, Florida. From Tampa, Florida to California. In my adjoining city, St. Petersburg, 4 young white kids just killed a librarian, a beloved librarian. Lady dresses up like bumblebees and all kind of things every day for the kids. You ain't heard nothing about that. It doesn't work proportionally for black people.
Okay, no, I hear where you're coming from. I think we're getting a little bit far.
No, I'm just saying, but you make the law sound so absolute, like it's so pure and ethical. And
no, I don't. What I make sounds pure and ethical are contracts. Contracts are pure and ethical, right? And even pure is a strong word because they're interpreted by judges. But if there's one thing that's clear, murder isn't clear and all the other stuff you're talking about isn't clear. Contracts are pretty clear sometimes. Sometimes they're not, right? But I see where you're coming from. You're a smart
brother, and I appreciate your time, sir.
No problem. Thank you so much, Ruben. Thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you. All right, we got Elisa. Am I saying that right? Is it Elisa or Alyssa? Alyssa, can you hear me? You might be muted.
Hi, lead attorney. It's Elisa.
Elisa, thank you so much. Thank you for you sent me a comment. I forgot what it was about, but it was something. I shouted you out because I didn't know.
I comment on your videos when I don't catch them live. I know I made a comment on one of your other videos when you were talking about Charlemagne and Jessica Reed, and I had made a comment saying, "Hey, I watched the Choke No Joke video. According to Choke, Jessica Reed wants to talk to you." So I just put that in there.
Oh, thank you. I think that was exactly
it. Choke No Jokes it's very emotional and people don't like give him his credit and stuff. And I was like, let me help Choke out and let the lead attorney know. Jessica's looking for him because Choke has been around for a long time. I don't know if you know who Choke No Joke is, but
I didn't really know. Like, all this stuff is new to me and to a lot of other people. Everybody's coming out like, "Oh, lead attorney, how come you guys didn't know about Charlemagne?" I know a lot of you guys knew about this, but some of us didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, Choke No Joke. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he ran around with like Jay-Z, Dame Dash, the Rockefeller crew. He was doing a lot of videos with the Tunnel nightclub in New York City when it was open back in the day. I don't know if you're ever familiar with that. DMX shot his video at the time. There's just a lot of stuff going on with Choke No Joke, but he's a great content creator, and a lot of people don't agree with the things he says and he does, but I watch his videos because I can recognize real content when I come across it. So
awesome. You got some fans in here. Somebody's like, "Alyssa, you're the girl that I never had." So you got some fans in the you got some fans in the comment section.
I'm single, but anyway.
Okay.
I'm single, but I'm not trying to mingle. That's another thing. But yeah, lead attorney, I just wanted to come on here because I think Joe Budden is hilarious. Now, like, Joe Budden actually reminds me of my dad. He passed away, but Joe's temper reminds me of my dad. Like, I don't know if you've seen some of the reality shows that Joe has been on. I know it's all, reality shows aren't always real, but what Joe has shown of himself on his own YouTube channel, on his podcast, and in reality TV, he does have quite the temper. And Rory and Mal being friends with Joe for a long time. I know Mal was like a friend of Joe for a long time. They knew his temperament. They know his personality. They should, at this point, be very well aware and have some sort of transparency and clarity of what type of man Joe Budden is. And from what I could tell and from watching the show, because I believe their podcast has been on for a couple of years. So your last caller saying, "Oh, they had no value, they brought no value." First of all, it's the Joe Budden podcast. The intro is like, "New Joe Budden, Rory and Mal." I mean, I don't really think that Joe Budden would have done all that, put them on the show, put their name, Rory and Mal, all up there if Joe himself thought they didn't have any value. So I think that was completely incorrect. They obviously had value. I didn't like Rory and Mal, honestly. Rory seemed like he had an attitude all the time. He had a dry personality, and Mal, he just had no personality. He didn't really have much of an opinion about anything. So I also do understand Joe's frustration, or maybe the frustration of those who are behind the scenes with Rory and Mal. I think it was a collective thing. I don't think this was just Joe Budden making this decision by himself. I really think that he had conversations, in the past and probably even presently about Rory and Mal. And it probably was just a fundamental decision, a good business decision. Hey, business wise, it might be best to just get rid of Rory and Mal. But what I wanted to ask you, lead attorney, as a lawyer, right? The way Joe Budden fired Rory on live air like that, doesn't Rory have some sort of right to sue Joe Budden for that? That is humiliation, embarrassment, or something like that. That's public humiliation and totally defaming his character. I don't really know if he has the right to do that, but I just felt I work a corporate job, so you can't do stuff like that. We can't get on a Zoom meeting and my boss is like, "Elisa, you're fired in front of everybody and you're not welcome back." You know what I mean? My boss can't get on a Zoom call and do that. So I wanted to know from you, was that actually an okay thing to do? Is it just because they're in media that he got away with that? I really don't know if if Rory and Mal have the right to sue, if they're even interested in bringing any sort of case against Joe Budden and the quote unquote Joe Budden network, which is very interesting because a lot of YouTube creators are turning their channels into these networks, which I think is very interesting. As well. But yeah, like you said earlier, they do have a contract, and Joe, like I said, Joe wouldn't have involved him if he felt like Rory and Mal didn't have value. And I really think everything happens for a reason. I think this is actually, I believe this is like a blessing in disguise for Rory and Mal, because I checked out their new YouTube page, and I think there's only like one video up there. It's like a skit. But the skit was very interesting, and they were like showing off like their acting chops and their acting skills. And I feel like if they do like comedy skits and they do skits like that, then they can have a really good YouTube channel. And I think that they should have just been doing this from the very beginning. It should have never gotten to the point where Joe Budden is firing Rory on live television, and Joe Budden's talking crap about Mal hiding laundry detergent in his bedroom and sleeping on his couch and all this other stuff. Like all this crap talking is just completely ridiculous. And for people to say, oh, they shouldn't get paid, that's not true. Because like I said, I work for a nonprofit, and the CEO of my nonprofit, the board actually fired her like late February, beginning of March. And she got paid all the way up and through May. They put her on like this admin leave. They told everyone she's on admin leave, but I knew she was getting fired, but she still got paid. Why did she get paid? Because she had a contract. Yes. And that's what contracts are. She had a contract. Yes, she was on admin leave until they figured out what they wanted to do for like 60, 90 days or whatever. Now they tell us, oh, she's moved on to pursue other endeavors, but that's just business. I don't know why people get so emotionally involved and feel like, oh, people don't deserve the money that they work hard for, or, that they're in contract for. It's a contract. It's business. It's really nothing personal. So, that's all I just, wanted to say, because Joe Budden, they've been on the air for a long time. And like I said, I think Rory and Mal is a lot smarter than what people think. And I don't think Joe Budden would have involved him if he didn't feel like they brought value, or if they didn't have some sort of intelligence or contribution to the Joe Budden podcast or, the Joe Budden network. So, yeah, that's basically it.
Let me answer your question, and I have a question for you.
Sure.
Your question was basically, can you get fired publicly, right? Or is that some type of defamation or something like that? And now let me answer. This is kind of a two-part question. The first part is can you be fired publicly, right? Just generally, and absolutely. And that's really not defamation. If you have an employer-employee relationship, the employer can fire you generally at will if there's no contract and you're not like a government worker or something like that. So an employer can absolutely fire you. Now you say, oh, your employer can't fire you over a Zoom meeting, right? Over a Zoom call, but that's not true. A lot of times they don't want to do it because they don't want, the potential for smoke, but they can absolutely do it. And where you see this, it's Elisa, right? Not Alyssa. Elisa.
Yes.
I know you get that all the time.
Oh, everyone at my job call me Alyssa.
Right.
It's so sick name, but I'm just like, whatever.
Yes. Where you see this, Alyssa, a lot of times is on Facebook. You've seen this a lot recently, where you have these Karens or these people who commit, let's say, some acts that are not, kosher, and the company will come back and say, hey, this employee does not represent us, does not represent our values, and we have fired this employee immediately. And they'll post it on Facebook, right? So you absolutely have the right to fire your employees publicly. Absolutely. Now, the second part to this is, and really the interesting question regarding the podcast is if Joe could fire them at all. Because you can really only fire like this employees, but they're saying we were not employees. We have a right to a percentage of the business. When we have a contract that's going to last 3 years. So there's no firing here. You do not have the authority to fire us. You have the authority to pay us our money.
So then you think they're still getting paid? Because I think they're still getting paid, honestly. I don't think that they're out here not getting, if they're not getting paid, they will get paid. Like, I really still think that they have, based on whatever contract that they had drafted, written up, signed, I think Rory and Mal is still getting paid from the Joe Budden. And I know that probably pisses Joe off. I just know it infuriates him. But I honestly think they're still getting paid, or they will get paid if their pay is being held for whatever reason.
I agree. I think lawyers are involved now and everybody's playing it cool. But I definitely think they're getting paid. Now, let me ask you this, because you sound like you're kind of in the know to this. A lot of us don't really know. And we had, I think Ruben was talking about they didn't add any value at all. A lot of us really haven't seen a lot of this podcast. You know, people come to me, they're like, oh, leader, talk about this situation. But sometimes you guys are asking me to talk about situations. I don't know the fundamentals. I know the law, right? I know the law, and that's why you guys come to me. So I give you the law, and I'll have you come up if you want to talk to a lawyer about this. But I have to be honest, I haven't seen any of the podcasts. What did Rory and Mal, what did they actually do? You know, I mean, I think Ruben, I think a lot of people feel like Ruben. It's like, hey, Joe Budden is the man, and these are just some backup dancers. Did they really provide a lot of value to the business? What do you think?
I don't think they provided a lot of value to the business. I think as far as the podcast concerned, and Joe Budden, Rory, and Mal being the three hosts, of course, Joe Budden is Beyonce. I would say Rory, I don't know who's Kelly or Michelle, but Rory and Mal is Kelly and Michelle. So I don't really feel like well, you know what? That was a bad analogy, because Destiny's Child was a bad analogy. My point is, because those women worked hard. I don't really think Rory and Mal brought so much to the table, but they did contribute. It wasn't like they were there as paintings on the wall and they were sitting there as mutes. They were commenting. They stated their opinions every now and then, but Joe, I mean, all the time, but Joe is just a louder voice. He just has a bigger voice. He has a louder voice. Mal seems very quiet, and Rory seems like this nervous, socially awkward person. He seems like a very socially awkward person, and Rory seems like he was always intimidated by Joe for some reason, and he just seemed like he had an attitude, like he didn't want to be there. And Mal just had this attitude and this personality, just like he didn't care if he was there or not. Like a lot of times the podcast would be on, cameras would be rolling. Mal is on his phone. He's looking down. He's not really engaged in the conversation. So I do understand what the viewers are saying about Rory and Mal bringing nothing to the table, because they didn't really bring anything to the table as far as I can remember that's memorable. I can remember plenty of things that Joe said that about topics that they're commenting on and their content. I couldn't tell you one opinion of Rory or Mal's, honestly. I mean, they did bring value. It's not like they were just invisible posts up there, but it wasn't much value. But it's a contract. I mean, if he felt like he wanted them to bring more, revise the contract. I mean, I'm sure the contract has a start date and an end date. Is it an indefinite contract? Is this contract to infinity and beyond? I mean, there's always ways you can come to the table and negotiate. And for accounting stuff at my job, we have weekly fiscal meetings about budgeting, not just quarterly. We have weekly meetings, we have monthly meetings. We're talking about money coming in, money going out, the budget for this department, the budget for that department, how much money, I might be spending on office supplies and all this kind of crap for the office. But I mean, that's just business. So it was weird to me, accounting, what's the big deal about accounting? I mean, maybe he didn't feel like they were leaders of the business, but even in any corporate, world or any regular business, I mean, you have the managers, you might even have the executive assistant, you might have the program assistants or certain people on these calls. They may not be the decision makers, but they're there to get access to the information because they need the information to do their job effectively and efficiently. And they need to know what money is there, what's being spent, what money do we have for this, what money do we have for this, how much did this cost, how much is this sponsor, what are the other deals, are we going on tour, how much is this, you know what I mean? So it's just business. They should not have been, none of that accounting information should have been hidden from them if they are partners and they have contracts, especially if they're not employed. If they're partners and they're getting a percentage, whatever that percentage may be, I don't care if it's 3.5%, they should have access to the information. if not on a weekly or monthly basis, quarterly, and it should be on a set schedule on the 15th of this day, and this day of the year. We're going to have our quarterly meetings, and this is what's going to be discussed, and prepare yourself for the next meeting. Come with your questions, your comments, or whatever. I mean, that's just how business is run. So it looks like there are a lot of other people behind the scenes, lawyers, you know what I mean, other people that don't really look like Joe or Mal, I would say, but there are other decision makers, you know, in the background that I believe, you know, had their 2 cents about this. But like I said, it's business. They didn't bring much value, but they did bring some value. I mean, their name is up there. You know, Rory and Mal. I mean, we know who they are.
I hear you. I hear you. And I agree. I think was PGO Boss Game says they were overpaid. And I think from Joe's perspective, they absolutely were. I think they agreed to percentages. And then when the reality started hitting and the money started coming in, Joe was like, geez, I cannot believe you're getting paid
this money. Yeah, exactly. I could totally see that, especially if they weren't bringing deals to the table and they weren't bringing sponsorships to the table and they weren't out there betting other businesses and things like that. Yeah, Joe might have just gotten mad at himself for decisions that he has made. But hey, Joe, you got to charge that to the game. Exactly. Rory and Mal's are players in your game. If they pass go, you got to give them their $200. That's just how it goes.
That's exactly right. That's the problem with contracts, man. I mean, once it's in writing, it's in writing. And if you make a good decision, then good on you. But if you make a bad decision, you got to live with it. Right?
Yeah, and if you're building a business, don't draw up a contract that's like 5 years long. I mean, draw up a contract where you can come back to the table and renegotiate if needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Thank you so much, Elise. I really appreciate your opinion on this.
Thank you. I love your show.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we got Plenty Water 77. Plenty Water, can you hear me? You might be muted, Plenty Water. Can you hear me? Are you there? Plenty Water?
Hello?
Hey, okay. You're on here twice. I'll take you off the other one. Okay, Plenty Water, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, sir. What do you think about all this Joe Budden, Mal, and Rory situation?
So what I see about it is people have seen Joe Budden for so long, for many decades, and they're finding it difficult to see him as a corporation because most people are used to hearing the term corporation has you got to have office in the Wall Street. You have to have offices in the 23rd floor or something. But people don't really realize that Joe Budden keeps saying in his podcasts in the third person term, Joe Budden the network, Joe Budden the podcast. People don't see clearly that if Rory and Mal are partners, then their name will be with the Secretary of State. Now, people find it difficult to understand that.
Wait. That's not. Wait, can you say that again?
When you're registering a company, either LLC or S corporation or C corporation, you have a bar spaces to put the names of the partners. Then you share the percentages they own. Now you're not going. If you're a partner, you're not going to be talking about contracts. You're going to be talking about your ownership. Nobody can fire you if you're an owner because your name is with the Secretary of State. Now, if you're coming as a company, just like a company employing a lawn mowing company to do the garden, you don't own the company. You don't have the right to see what's in the company's revenue or other businesses. Now, this is what I want to point out to people.
Wait, so do you feel like Rory and Mal did not have the right to see the books?
No, they only have the right to see what is allocated to the podcast department. Remember, there's Joe, the company. There's Joe, the network. There is Joe, the head of department of the podcast. Remember, there are different podcasts on that network.
But they couldn't even get that. Here's what, guys.
This is where I'm going. They can only see what is allocated to their own podcast.
That's all they want.
Yeah, that's what they got in the Excel spreadsheet.
No. And guys, what are we talking about here? We're talking about, okay, all right. And this is great. I'm so glad you're here, Plenty Water. I'm so glad you're here. Let's say I work for you, Plenty Water, and you're giving me 50% of the profits.
Right.
All right. So here's what I need to know for sure. You know, let's say you gave me $5,000 last month, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much your business made. So here's what I'm going to need. I'm going to need the bank statements. I'm going to need to see what all money came in and what all money came out. I'm going to need the bank statements for our operating account, our business account, any account that receives money for our business. I'm going to need a profit and loss statement.
Right.
How do I know what my percentage is if I don't see the profits of the business, if I don't see the losses of the business? I'm going to need to know. I'm going to need to see the statements for the credit cards, how we pay our vendors. I'm going to need to see all of these documents. Now, what did they, when they asked for all these documents, when Rory and Mal asked for all these documents, what did they get? Somebody opened up an Excel spreadsheet and typed in just 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you go. And that's it. They didn't get the operating account statements.
They don't have the right to it. They don't have the right to it. And I'll explain to you. Okay. You see, what you just said now can only happen if Joe is running a DBA, a single LLC where he's the
Where are you getting this from?
No, I'm trying to tell you. Well, if you watch the podcast, you will see what Joe is saying. A lot of people are insulting Joe in the comment section, saying, why are you referring to yourself in third person? Joe, you are everything. That's because he knows what he's saying. He's a different entity.
Why do you think? Wait. Why do you think? And let me just ask you.
Right.
You think that they're not? You think they're not entitled to the bank statements? You think they're not? Okay. Or do you think this because Joe said it?
No.
Okay. Why do you?
Saying, Rory and Mal, from what they are saying, if they were partners, if they have their own companies, and they're doing a merger or partnership.
No. You're making this too complicated. You're making this too complicated.
It's not.
No, you're making it too complicated.
Nah.
Listen, this is what they're saying. They're saying that they have an agreement.
Right.
And in the agreement, they get a percentage of the business. They get a percentage of the profits. All right. So if they get a percentage of the profits, how can they check to make sure they're getting their full money?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Wait. Answer that first. A lot of times people like to ask a question with a question.
That is what I'm saying. Until everybody starts to view this as a corporation, everybody's still going to be mixing everything.
You're talking about corporations. It doesn't matter. Listen to what I'm saying.
It does matter.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
I'll tell you, because in the structure, which I believe from everything Joe has been saying and what Rory and Mal have been saying, it's so obvious. Yeah, there is Joe, the CEO. There is Joe, the head of the network. There is Joe, that's Joe Budden himself. There's Joe, the head of the podcast department. That's all the podcasts in that department. Then there is Joe in their own podcast, the head of their own podcast department. Then there's Joe the worker, a participant in that podcast that Rory and Mal is. So he is getting paid in that podcast. So I think what we have as a community is that we're finding very hard to see that Joe Budden is smart enough to set up a structure that's going to act like a corporation. What Rory and Mal got from what they're saying is a favor, a big favor that not even Charlemagne or anybody can give anyone. You can hear Charlemagne saying from the get-go that he is in partner with Andrew, meaning they own 50-50 of Brilliant Idiots. Now it's up to Charlemagne to go back to the Secretary of State and sell 25% of his company to another person. But Rory and Mal got what special skilled employees get. Instead of giving them regular shares just to keep them in the company, you give them a percentage in their work done. Now, imagine in the contract, they're meant to be getting fixed amount of salary, either bi-weekly or monthly. Then they will have to wait till end of the contract to renegotiate another income. But Joe did them a favor that they grow according to what is allocated to the podcast department. What if Joe comes tomorrow and say the company wants to make another department, clothing line department? Will Rory and Mal dictate how much he allocates for the clothing line department? No. If he says he wants to do another record label department, will Rory and Mal dictate to him how much the company is to allocate for the record label? No. So that's where I think Joe.
I have a question. I have a question for you.
Go on.
Does Rory have a contract with Joe?
Yeah, in regards to the work that will be done in the Joe Budden.
Okay, I have another question. Does the contract say that he gets a percentage of the profits?
Of the profit in the Joe Budden podcast.
Okay, so he gets a percentage.
The company.
Fine.
Don't mix it up.
Fine.
Don't mix it up. The problem Joe did was Joe named everything Joe Budden. Assuming he named it Joe Rugged Budden Network TV, then when he came to his podcast, he makes it Joe Budden Hood Gentleman Podcast. But because he made it the same name, people can't differentiate. Do you get where I'm coming from?
No, I don't. Okay.
All
right, so you're saying that he has
it's become.
You're saying that he has a contract. You're saying that Rory has a contract with Joe.
Yeah.
All right, and the contract allows Rory to get a percentage of the profits.
Right.
How is Rory supposed to check if his percentage is correct or not if he can't see the books?
See, what I'm trying to tell you, understand yet? They can only see what is allocated to their podcast by the company. Do you get what I'm saying?
So they do have a right to see they do have the right to verify that their percentage is correct.
Yeah, from what that's what I'm trying to tell you. If Joe wants to steal from them, he can steal legally. Because all he has to do as the company is allocate whatever he wants them to get in accordance to their percentage to the podcast. Rory and Mal can't dictate what the company will allocate to any department in the company. Do you understand that?
Okay, so you're saying that I think I think what you just said is that Joe can legally steal from Rory and Mal. That's what you're saying?
If he wants to.
Okay.
If he wants to. Remember, a company can decide to spend any amount they want on media, on adverts. They can decide to spend any amount on transportation system. They can decide to spend any amount on toiletries, on HR. You get me? So
no, because Joe doesn't get paid. Joe doesn't get paid either until all the expenses are squared away.
No. He can pay himself W-2 if he wants, as the principal of the company. That's what you have to understand. As a worker in the podcast, he can get paid. As the head of department of the podcast, that's another person. Let's assume now Joe Budden, the company, is in a lawsuit. We know Joe Budden, if they want the CEO to sit in the court of law, they're going to call Joe Budden the president of the company. If he elevates to the podcast, the network department, not the clothing line department, they will have to have another sitting for Joe Budden, same guy, but the head of the network department. Now, if they want to speak to the head of department of Joe Budden podcast, then they will still have to call Joe Budden in another sitting for Joe Budden, the head of the department. Now, if you want to talk to Joe Budden, the worker in the podcast, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Joe Budden as a worker in the podcast, they have three workers in the we have Rory, Mal, and Joe Budden. If you want to talk to Joe Budden, the worker, they have to do another sitting for Joe Budden, the worker.
Got you. No, I got you. Let me read the super chats.
All right, man. I gotta go now. Bless you all. I love what you're doing. Stay strong.
Thank you so much
for keeping the community together. Yeah.
No problem. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you. Number 16 says, "Stop sucking Joe and listen to the actual attorney." All right, yeah, that was a real one right there. We got Blanca in the house. Shout out Blanca. Thank you so much, Blanca, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. I said Blanca. It is Bianca. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Bianca, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Thank you, Bianca, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, what is Steel Curtain? Shout out to the Steel Curtain, man. Shout out to the Steel Curtain. What does Steel Curtain say? I'm not an attorney, nor do I play one on YouTube. However, I spent a lot of time around attorneys, and what I have learned about contract law is the agreement within the four corners will be, it's the smoking gun. Yeah, and I can tell. Steel Curtain made a comment about it's going to be within the four corners of the contract. I was like, this man has been hanging around attorneys, because that's how we speak, and he's exactly right. He's exactly right. It's all going to be, and this is what I said at the very beginning. You know, if you want to know about if you have a religious question, what do? You go to the Bible to figure out. You always got to go to the text. If you have a question about defamation and how it relates to free speech, where are you going to go? First place, you're going to go to Constitution, right? Constitution talks about free speech. And then you start looking at other laws, state laws, to figure out what the exceptions are for the defamation. If you want to know about a business agreement, where are you going to go? You're going to go to the partnership agreement. You're going to go to the partnership contract, right? And now, before, a couple of weeks ago, this was kind of murky, but now details are starting to come out. Details are starting to come out about what's really going on, and to know now that they have this type of agreement where they're splitting the profits of the business. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. So shout out to Steel Curtain. He is absolutely right. Absolutely right. Got Anti-Gravity again. Shout out to Anti-Gravity 74. Says, is there a way for judge to fudge expenses or pay himself a larger salary in order to reduce the profit payout for Rory and Mal? And no. I would assume not. Why? Because Rory was represented by counsel. Rory had an attorney negotiate for him. Guys, attorneys, you might not know this, but we're on it. Most of us are. Most of us are on it. And we're not going to draft a contract that's going to allow the other side to weasel out, to put money over here, to money over there, and now our client doesn't get anything. Guys, you might not know this, but if we draft a bad contract that costs our client millions of dollars, we potentially can be disbarred. We can lose our license. Guys, you can draft one bad contract, you might lose your whole career. You might lose your whole career. Do you think if your career is on the line, you're going to allow someone just to escape with something like this? And it would be so kindergarten, right? If your job is to draft attorneys every day, if you are a contract attorney, you saw this a mile away. It is very easy for a contract attorney to avoid the situation that Plenty Water was talking about. Oh, Joe will just take this money from this account and put it in that account. And now Rory's screwed. Rory's attorney's going to be like, how no, we're not going to draft a contract that's going to allow for that, right? Rory's attorney probably never drafted a contract that would allow for that. His first day out of law school, he's probably never drafted a contract like that. We're on it, guys. Attorneys are on it, and especially when you are an attorney representing companies or people like Roy who stand to make millions of dollars. These people are not hiring terrible attorneys. They're hiring very good attorneys. So I understand where the other guy, the Plenty Water, was coming from, but it's just not the case. It's just not the case. So thank you so much, Anti-Gravity, and that's a great question. That is an absolute great question. All right, we got Miss Cheryl in the house. Cheryl, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for coming up and joining. What do you think about all of this, Rory and Mal and I was about to call him Charlemagne. Well, Joe, what do you think about all this?
I mean, I was rooting for Joe when Rory and Mal departed and stuff like that. I was on the side of Joe at first until Mal and Rory came out with their side, and then I was like, oh, they're percentage partners. I thought they was on salary. So then I was like, okay. But from a lawyer's point of view, what is the standard percentage that an employee would get in a percentage contract like that? Is there a standard?
That's a great question. And let me answer it. First, you said, what is the standard percentage of an employee? And usually employees don't have a percentage, right? Usually employees are paid a salary. So this is something different. And there is no standard. There's no standard. And apparently Roy and Miles said their percentage was pretty low. They thought they should have gotten more, right? But Joe's a wolf, right? And Joe's not just going to give them, 50% or anything like that. So apparently they thought that their percentage was low, even though they were surprised at the money that they were making. It was a lot of money, apparently.
Right.
There's
So-
no standard, especially when it's friends. There's standards in, let's say, in industries, right? So
Okay.
if you're an attorney and you work on that's a bad analogy. Let's say if you are a car salesman, right? Maybe
Okay.
if you're a car salesman, maybe in your area, there's a standard of what car dealerships will pay you. Now, maybe they'll pay you one thing in California, and maybe they'll pay you another thing in Mississippi, and they'll give you another percentage in New York, right? So it's all going to vary. And it can vary in industries. It can vary by location, what state you're in, but it's absolutely going to vary when you just have three friends who are coming up with random percentages in their heads. They didn't get these percentages going to attorneys and saying, "Hey, attorney, what should my percentage be?" They just sat down and agreed to them and told the attorneys, "Hey, this is what we want. This is what we agreed to." Draft up a contract. And so that's what the attorneys did. So that's a great question. They still haven't come out and said what their percentage is, but in this type of situation, there would be no standard. It would just be what they agreed to.
Okay, because Joe Budden had stated that he was pulling money from State of the Culture, his pull-ups, Love and Hip Hop, to fund this podcast as well. So was Rory and Mal, were they supposed to know about that expense or what he was bringing in to put in? Because I don't think they put any equity into this podcast. Only Joe has been putting equity into this podcast. So what were they supposed to know, and what was none of their business?
Yeah, no, and that's a great question. And equity, guys, there are various forms of equity. And what you're saying is
their time?
Yes.
Roy and Mal's time? Okay.
Your time and your efforts. And your efforts is a special type of equity, and it's called sweat equity, right?
Okay.
So let's say car dealerships, guys, can be extremely profitable, but you have to know how to run them. You have to know how to run them, especially used car dealerships. So let's say that I wanted to invest in a used car dealership, but I don't know how to run a used car dealership. I'm an attorney. But let's say that this guy comes to me and he's had his own car dealership, used car dealership for 15 years. And he says that he wants to start up, and he doesn't like where he's at, and he wants to start clean. And he shows me all of the books of the car dealership that he's at now. And he says, "Listen, lead attorney, this is what we're going to do. You are going to give me $75,000. We're going to start a partnership, me and you. You're going to give me $75,000. I'm going to put in no work. I'm going to put in no money. So you're going to fund this whole thing. And with that $75,000, I'm going to go to the auction, and I'm going to buy the cars. I'm going to buy, let's say 10 cars or 7 cars. And we're going to start it off just like that. I know how to pick the cars, lead attorney. You've never been to a used car auction. You don't know how to pick the cars. Lead attorney, you don't have the license to go down to the auction. You need a license to get in. Lead attorney, once I get the cars, I know how to fix certain things. You're not a mechanic, lead attorney. I'm a mechanic. I know how to fix a lot of the cars that we're going to get from the auction. And then when the clients come in, lead attorney, you don't know how to market a used car dealership. And then for the used car dealerships, there's a lot of poor people that are going to come in, right? And you don't know how to deal with poor people. You think they're going to pay, and they're not. You don't know how to threaten them like I do, lead attorney. You don't know anything, lead attorney. So here's what we're going to do. You pay the $75,000, and I'm going to work it. I'm going to work it from Sunday to Sunday, and we're going to make it work. And I'm going to be like, fine, here we go. What is that man doing? I can't say that he's not providing equity. He is, but he's providing sweat equity. And so the money that we make, we're going to split it 50-50. And so you're saying, oh, well, Joe said he's pulling money from here and he's pulling money from there. It's true. And in most partnerships, you usually have to buy into a partnership. Like if you and I, Cheryl, we're going to start a restaurant, we're going to say, okay, lead attorney.
Partnership is. Yeah,
that's exactly right. You say, Cheryl, listen, lead attorney, you're going to put in your 50 grand. I'm going to put in my 50 grand. We're going to get this location. We're going to staff it with the cooks, and we're going to get all the equipment, and we're going to split the profits 50-50. And that's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. But
Mhm.
Cheryl, let's say you are the director of an HR department and you're making 200 grand. And I say, listen, I've run restaurants all my life. I'm not the lead attorney. I'm the lead restaurant worker or the lead restaurant owner. And I come to you and I say, hey, give me 100 grand. We're going to start everything from there. And I'm going to work it from Sunday to Sunday. And you say, fine, because now you've got me and we're partners and I'm working, making sure everything is right. I'm hiring who we need to hire. I'm crafting the menu. I'm making sure our marketing is on point. I'm watching the expenses, right? And you don't even have to go down to the restaurant because you got me there, right?
Right.
And so there's different equities that people can provide. And so with
Okay.
this, Rory and Mal, they've said we provided the sweat equity. Now, I've never watched the podcast, but a lot of people are saying, they didn't really do that much, right?
Mal didn't do a damn thing but be on his phone and say that's crazy. So I don't see how much sweat he did. I don't know about putting on his outfit the night before, laying them out on the bed and ironing them up and make sure he looked good. But that's about it. That's all I saw with Mal. I think Rory had more sweat in it than Mal did.
Mm-hmm.
But the other question I was going to ask, what was it? Dang, it escaped me.
No problem. Yeah, but you're go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can go ahead. I'll try to come back to it.
I was just going to say that, your question is excellent. And what you guys have to know is that people can provide in various ways to a business. It's not just all money. Now, usually money is a very important thing. It's always an important thing. But a lot of times you can start businesses without investing $1 if you yourself have the knowledge, if you yourself have the know-how. You can go to people and, you can call them VCs or venture capitalists or angel investors or whatever. You can get money from people, have them put up the money. Silent partners, they put up the money. You actually do the work, you do the sweat, the efforts, and you make the business run and you split the profits. And it doesn't necessarily need to be 50-50. Cheryl, you can say, listen, I'm backing this and you're working fine, but because I'm backing and because I'm putting my money on the line, I'm going to get 70% and you're going to get 30%. Mm-hmm. And if the person is fine with that, then that's how it works. Right? That's how it works.
So Rory and Mal got this new deal with Kevin Durant's production company. What if they find out they're getting screwed over there and then they were like making cake where they were at? Like, I don't know. Do you think they took a gamble or I don't know?
Say that again.
So Rory and Mal are going to start a new podcast with Kevin Durant's production company under their podcast division. So I don't know what type of deal they worked out, but what if it comes out that, you know what I mean, they were getting paid more with Joe Budden than they are now with Kevin Durant's production company under his podcast division. I mean, I don't know.
I think they probably will be. I think they probably are getting paid more under Joe's contract than under Kevin's contract because apparently Joe's contract was lucrative.
Yeah, I heard it was. If that podcast was making a lot of money, I heard. Yes. So independently.
I don't know if they listen, guys. It can absolutely be that you get with the startup and you absolutely get overpaid. Most people are not overpaid. Most people are underpaid, but some people get overpaid too. And you could absolutely be in a situation where in the law, we call it a windfall, where you basically receiving free money, right? And or free money over and above what you should normally get paid. So
I bet you they're on salary now. They'll be getting salary at the other production company.
Well,
and not a percentage.
They'll probably get a percentage because they probably.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, but I think it'll be low because here's the thing about people. Once you give people a raise, it's very hard for them to go back, right?
Oh, to match it, yeah.
So somebody else to match that. Joe came to them and Joe said, "Listen, I'm putting you guys on a percentage." I know he said, "I'm putting you guys on a salary." Yeah, because he's like, "This is crazy." And what did Rory and Mal say? They said, "Hell no."
No, you're not.
Exactly. So why would they not agree to a salary with Joe and then turn around and with Kevin Durant and go to a salary? They're not going
Mm,
to do it. But Kevin Durant is
right.
like, listen, guys, hey, you were overpaid at the last place. I'm gonna put you on a percentage since you don't want to do a salary. You got a taste of the good life, fine. But it's not going
Yeah.
to be that crazy percentage that you got over there. What you got over
Hmm.
there was a mistake. And no one on earth is going to pay you that same percentage. So you need to lower your expectations. I'm not going to put you on a salary, but the percentage that you get is not going to be what you were getting over there because you were overcompensated over there. So don't let your overcompensation, get to your head. Now you got the big head thinking that you're owed this and you're not. You got lucky. And fair enough, good on you for getting lucky. But you're out here in the marketplace now, and no one is going to pay you what you were getting paid over there. So
I think it shows. I'm sorry. I think it shows that Rory and Mal really wanted a deal and wanted to be under somebody. I don't think they wanted to put in all that work at being at an independent startup type network situation, and it being them being overworked because they were going to start being on Patreon and all that other stuff. And I think it was a little bit too much. And I don't think they could have handled all what came with that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know.
I think, and that's another
Because
thing
Joe is a
too.
wild card. Joe is a wild card. So you know what I mean? You gotta kind of put up with a lot.
Yes, and that's another thing too. I mean, you can absolutely be in a partnership with someone who's a workhorse and they're doing it, and you look up and you're just like, man, I'm just kind of along for the ride. It's like, guys, when we were back in school and you got, maybe you're in high school or in college and you had a group assignment and you got to assign the person in your group. There was a nerd in your group. And the nerd was like, oh, I need to make an A, so I'm going to make sure that, we do all of this, and the nerd's doing all the work. And you're just like,
Right.
all right, run it, right? So maybe Rory and Mal, they're in there with this workhorse, and they're like, oh, this is great. We're on the come up. But now when they get out of that group, they don't want to actually do the work when they're in another group.
Yeah,
So
because they had an opportunity to build up on their YouTube channels and build up on other things that they wanted to work on. But Joe said that they didn't want to do that. So, I don't know. I don't think they took advantage of the position that they had over there. So I don't know.
Yeah, but also, and guys, and listen to this. I haven't listened to too much. I listened to a couple of Joe's responses, but I also listened to Rory and Mal's responses. To be honest, I don't find Joe that credible. I think he absolutely is a wolf. I think he absolutely is a wolf.
I think he changed the narrative a lot because, I did learn a lot from Rory and Mal, and I did find them more credible than Joe.
Yes.
And we all know that about Joe because that's why we watch him, because he's such, you know what I mean? He's just a wild card. You never know what he's going to say. You never know what he's going to do, So, but we're along for the roller coaster too.
Absolutely. So no, thank you so much, Cheryl. I really appreciate you coming by. You're welcome back here anytime.
Thank you. Love your show. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me shout out the Steel Curtain, who's always monitoring the chats. I can't really stay in here like I want to. But yes, guys, none of this is legal advice. This is just information. And really everything on my channel, all the videos, all the live streams, it's just information. None of this is legal advice. Do not take anything that I say and then try to do it in your own case. Even if you ask me specifically, what about my child support? Or what about my marriage? What about my divorce? Do I need to pay alimony? I'm going to give you information from a person who's been practicing for 20 years. All right. So it's real information, but it's not legal advice. I'm not your attorney. I'm the lead attorney. So thank you so much, Steel Curtain, for telling me that's an issue.
I wanted to address that LLC thing that last guy was talking about.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm going to get to you, John. All right. We got SWH in the house. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing, lead attorney?
I am doing great. Thank you for coming up to the panel. So what do you think about all of this Rory and Mal and Joe situation? What's your opinion on it?
Well, I've been an avid fan of the show. I've been there since, I guess, episode 70, 73, right when Mal was already there. What I think a lot of people getting confused of in this situation, especially and even in the previous caller who was talking also, I guess, about moving layers in companies. I guess, complex layers and companies, and we just trying to make the idea simple. That and I get what you were saying. You sort of wasn't letting me have your own point on your show, but um, you were saying that no matter what the legal entity, if you have a percentage partner, whether it's a company A or B of the legal entity, because he was making a scenario of similarly what I think of it is company A could be the Joe Budden Corporation, Joe Budden LLC, and he signed Rory and Mal, and then there's the Joe Budden podcast that gets the Spotify contracts and the Cash App contracts. So that large money contracts go to that company, and then that company pays Joe Budden to or splits a percentage to Joe Budden and both Rory and Mal in their percentage. But even beyond that complication, the simple fact is they're allowed to see the accounting. I mean, that's just a simple fact. Even if you go to complex layers, and you're right, it's a sheep and wolf paradox of Joe could have the legal right to hide in different layers of companies, a holding company or whatever. But the simple fact is, whatever company they sign to, whatever legal entity they sign to, they're supposed to get the accounting for that, and then they can see from that accounting, well, we're signed to something else, and it's not it's less transparency, because even if you take out what they're assigned to, the ethical right to at least let them know what they're signed to, if they were friends, to know that, okay, hey, I own this and this is really a part of this. It's just morally and ethically, it's kind of wrong, even if Joe is legally right, but that's for the courts and their individual lawyers and attorney. But I think another thing, unless you have something to add to that point.
Well, just to go to that point, I would totally agree with what the other caller said, and maybe kind of what you were saying too, intimating in the sense that Joe could move stuff around, move money from one business to another business, an LLC to an S Corp to a C Corp to all this stuff. He could move it all around and hide the money. I would agree with that if Rory and Mal were unrepresented. If Rory and Mal did not have attorneys and Joe did, I can absolutely see that being a possibility, a very strong possibility. Because let me tell you something, guys, we attorneys, when we see that you are not represented, when we see that you don't have an attorney, you're going to get taken advantage of. You're absolutely going to get taken advantage of. If you sign a contract that's 30 pages long and you don't have an attorney and you just signed it because you're friends with my client, you're in trouble. It's the only way. That's the only way I can tell you. But if I draft a 30-page contract and I can't send it to you, I have to send it to your attorney. It's not going to work out that way. There's no way that you can convince me that Rory's attorney allowed Joe to be able just to move money, and now Rory's screwed out of every dime.
Right.
He was represented, guys, and that's the key factor. You're like, oh, not you, but other people are like, oh, he's got an LLC, or oh, he's got a shell company. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because his attorney is not going to allow Joe just to be moving money. Right. Joe, Mal, and Rory are represented, guys. It makes all the difference in the world. So that's what I think about that.
Great point, and that's a good learning point for some people who got confused, because whether they're employees or people keep saying employees, but if they said they're partners and they want a percentage of the partners, I mean they're percentage partners, But I think there's a next part of that is it that they're timed partners because they have a contract? It said that the contract ends, so their percentage in the percentage in the partnership ends. Is that it's a time partnership versus a partnership where you put in into the legal entity, you both sign up, whether Joe gets 80% and both get 10% from the beginning, and then because they bring up the issue of him firing them, but isn't there supposed to be at least a buyout of their percentage rights or something like that if it's a traditional partnership? Don't they still have equity in the network as it runs?
No. Well, here's the thing, and your point's well taken. You say if it's a traditional if it's a traditional partnership, but I mean, who knows what the definition of a traditional partnership is, right? These are three guys that are just like, well, let's try to do this, right? And so it could absolutely be that they assigned all of their IP, they assigned all of their intellectual property to Joe. Joe owns everything forever. And the only thing that Rory and Mal get is a percentage of the profits that IP generates for 3 years or for 5 years. Once that 5 years is over, that 3 years is over, however long the term of it is, they don't get any more money from it. They relinquish it. They say, fine,
Okay.
my right was for 3 years to this revenue stream, my percentage of this revenue stream. After my 3 years is up, I walk away, and maybe we can renegotiate. After my 5 years is up, I walk away. So it's not like they have a right, they have a continued right to the ownership. In fact, I remember Roy in the very beginning, Roy was like, hey, so what's up with the partnership? Joe blew up. No, he said,
Right.
what's up with the
Right.
ownership of the IP? Joe flipped out. He said, you don't own anything.
Right.
It's all mine, right?
Right.
You might get a percentage of what's mine, fair enough, for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. None of it is yours, right? And so you can absolutely do that in an agreement. Guys, if you make a contract, you can do so much. You can do so much, so many options that you have. Almost everything is available to you to structure your business in the way that you want to. If you have two good attorneys, one on each side, you guys can come up with creative ways to structure your whole business. So it can absolutely be that after 4 years, they walk away and they decide to renegotiate, or maybe they don't, and everyone goes their own way.
Okay, one last question. That was an
Yeah.
excellent point.
Thank you.
In terms of everybody brings up the profit percentage here, can it be assumed that because it's a balance, they are also loss? They also share the losses too, or not? Or it really will be dictated to the contract?
No. Okay. Here, this is a great question. Here's how it goes, guys. You and I, SHW, right? I own a bakery, and I make apple pies, right?
Right.
And the agreement is this. The agreement is this. You come to me, and let's say you're a cook, you're a baker, and I'm just an attorney. Let's say I'm an attorney, and you come to me and you say, hey, lead attorney, I want to open up a apple pie bakery, and I'm the best apple pie bakery in Atlanta. And you give me $50,000, and I'm going to work there. I'm not going to put in any money. And then you are going to give me 25% of the profits. All right.
Okay.
And so fine, I give you the money. And we start making $20,000 a month, but it costs $10,000 to run. I got it, the electricity bill, you got to buy the apples, you got to buy the dough, you got to buy the ovens, the equipment, everything, the licenses, everything. So we're making 20 grand a month. All right. So you say, hey, lead attorney, I want my percentage of the 20 grand. I say, no. SHW, you do not get 25% of the 20 grand. You get 25% of what's left over after my expenses. So first there's the 20 grand. You have to take out the 10 grand in expenses. So now 10 grand is left, and you get 25% of the expenses, or what's left after the expenses. And this is the issue that Roy brought up, because when Roy asked for an accounting, he got some BS handwritten Excel thing, but what he saw was there was a $400,000 expense.
Right.
And Roy was like, no, this is not a legitimate expense, because you're trying to lessen my amount. Because what I could do as SHW, I could say, okay, the business is making 20 grand, but I have a mortgage at home, and I have all these car notes at home, and I've got a boat, and I've got all these other expenses, and I add all of those into the business. So now the business made 20,000, but the expenses show that the expenses are 20,000. So what we've got at the end of the day is zero, and 25% of zero is zero. You're going to say, no, lead attorney, some of those expenses don't belong on this. So that's what Joe was doing. Joe was packing in expenses that didn't belong to lessen their take, to lessen Joe's, and to lessen Roy's and Rory's and Mal's income.
Right.
So
And I believe too, Joe feels away because from sort of his understanding is, even though he sort of talks in circles, but from he's more so, I would say, responding from emotion. He brought up like the whole him and Mal's personal life, and him and Rory, and he tried to almost, and like if you notice, he when he fired, I don't know if you watched, you may not know the show, but most people who watched the show, he fired Rory. He didn't say he fired Mal initially, and I think afterwards, but it was he wanted Mal to show up that day when he did the firing, because he wanted to save, like he wanted to see him that Rory is just an odd, and him and Maul's relationship is stronger, so he wouldn't fire Maul initially, and that he was just trying to get Rory off the ticket because the premise he trying to set up is that Rory is crazy guy looking at he trying to get on a black man's business, and Maul he even got to swindle Maul into joining him and having this share in the same lawyer, but they have the same case, so it would make sense. Whether friends or not, if it's a business problem, it has to be solved in the business sense, and it's strong. You make a stronger case if you share this, if you have the same lawyer on the same case working the same problem. But from Joe's side, it seems like early on, before the Spotify deal, the podcast was going through a loss, and I guess he took some of his personal income, put into it as a good businessman would try to do to save the business. And I guess he feels a way about that now. But I mean, look at where it is now, and he arguably you could say he make more money, way more money than he did put in the losses. So I think he just made it too personal. This should have even never came up, but of course it's entertainment, so I guess you put out entertainment as a good lesson for all us, and now everybody could make views and make content off it, and it's a good representation of what not to do. And because if it wasn't an entertainment company, because this is a special company, nobody would really know, but there's nobody care. All type of bad business deals happen behind closed doors. Nobody cares. So because he talked about it so frequently in the podcast, we are where we are. But I appreciate your time and I appreciate your show, and I'll continue to support.
Thank you so much, SHW. Yes, thank you for coming on the panel and dropping your knowledge. Really appreciate it, and you are welcome back anytime.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me give a shout out to Tracy. Tracy, always supporting your boy, always supporting the lead attorney. Thank you for the super chat, Tracy. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. All right, we got John Doe in the house. Big John Doe. How are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, lead attorney?
I am doing great. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It sounds
I got my grandbabies in the background. My grandbaby's back here playing.
Okay, fantastic. We're gonna try to get through it, but honestly, it sounds a little loud.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What do you think about this?
I was just saying about the other guy that was saying that Joe was moving money from one LLC to another, and how he can just move money from one LLC to hide it. Pretty much, that sounds like what he was saying, that he can say this LLC only has this much money because he moved. Said LLC had 500,000. He can just move 300,000 of that to another LLC and claim that, okay, that LLC now only have 200,000 and give those guys a percentage of that. That's completely illegal. You cannot do that in an LLC. You can transfer if it's just a sole proprietor, it's just you in the business and nobody else. Yes, you can transfer money between LLCs, but you have to file it with the RS too, because that would be a nightmare for the RS, because the RS is going to go. You don't file for each one of your LLCs, and if I can move, because I had a couple LLCs at one time, so if I was able to move, and when I file my taxes, monthly or annually. Just imagine if I can just take all that money out of that LLC and put it in another one, file my taxes for that one. And when it comes time for me to file my other LLC, I move the money out of that LLC, file my taxes for that one. I mean, the IRS would never get any money because I can just move my money around without any oversight. So trust me, the state has things in place just for that reason. And if they don't have you could kind of say a charter within your LLC, determining the structure, your LLC falls under whatever the state structure is. So you automatically fall under whatever the state says that LLC must be structured. If you don't do your own, a lot of people don't. A lot of people just end up going by whatever the state mandate was, that how you have to run your LLC. So what all I'm saying is, no, the gentleman is wrong. He just can't move money from one LLC to the other one, not to give these guys the correct percentage. Because,
Exactly.
especially when you're in a partnership, you can't do that. If you're sole proprietary, yes, there's a lot of things you can do when it's just you.
Exactly.
But when it's other people's involved, that you would go to jail for that very
Yeah.
quickly. And I don't think he's dumb enough to say he did that. That guy, especially if he's being represented by a lawyer, I don't think Joe will say, yes, I'm moving funds from this LLC to another one and this and that. Because now he getting attention of the IRS. Because the IRS don't start looking into this down. Because if he did that and he filed his taxes and he didn't move that money without any kind of oversight whatsoever, he gonna have a lot of problems with the IRS, because they're gonna look at, okay, you filed this, but you moved most of your money out of here when you filed.
Exactly.
So,
No, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. You know, just like Alyssa said, Elisa. Sorry about it. Just like Elisa said, when money, listen, moving money around, money leaves a trail. Money absolutely leaves a trail. And for these people who are accountants, you know, you might get it by the lead attorney. Fine. You're not going to get it by the lead accountant. The lead accountant is going to see you coming and going, right? And so Joe, Mal's attorney and Rory's attorney, apparently people in the chat are saying it's the same attorney. Fair enough. Those attorneys are going to see, they're going to prevent in the provisions of the contract, they're going to prevent all of this moving around. I mean, it's not an issue. It's absolutely not an issue. So totally agree with what you're saying, John. Like it's not going to be permitted. It's not going to be permitted. All right, we got another John in the house, John Guillory. Great to see John again. Great to see him always. Thank you for the super chat, John. What does John say? Salute to lead, and thanks for the Mama's Cooking Show. Yes. The Nurse and Nerd. Can you hear me?
Hello, hi.
Hey, the Nurse and Nerd. They have a YouTube channel, guys. Y'all go and check their YouTube channel out. Apparently, their YouTube channel is focused on the wrong thing, though. Apparently, it needs to be focused on cooking, because you got everybody enthralled over here. We all hungry now.
Oh no, I just came home from work. I gotta cook.
See, hey, you are the woman that every man in the manosphere is looking for. Every man in the red pill community is looking for a woman like you. Come home from work and then start the cooking. So shout out to you. Shout out to the Nurse and Nerd. Yeah, you had the whole chat. We were all looking at it. Somebody said we were all looking at your wrist action. You had it going on. So what do you think about all of this Rory and Mal and Joe Budden? What do you think about this situation?
I think what happened is Joe has been around them as friends, and when Joe explained that the whole podcast was going on for 3 years and hadn't made $1, and this is coming from a guy that was a rapper that, you know, saw some sort of success. So to come from having people in the industry having the hookup and stuff, and you're literally in your basement like anyone else that would be starting a podcast and having to figure everything out, that's a pretty big culture shock. And then you have him having a history of they were roommates, they were friends, they weren't actual business partners. So once, again, 3 years of not getting paid and showing up and doing 2-hour streams, 5-hour streams and everything else. So it's like you guys do become nothing but friends. And even the situation where Joe had with some young lady, Olivia, they don't know what the line of actually an employee and a manager or owner or CEO, they have no lines of anything. There's no lines of demarcation. Everyone is hula line and hanging around. And it's like, oh yeah, Joe happens to be our boss by circumstance every other minute. So again, it's not fair that, okay, you can pull out that boss card if I say, hey, I don't like that tie. Oh, well, I'm your boss now. But 2 seconds ago, they were just talking about sexual innuendos. They were talking about bongs. They were talking about all kind of stuff that they all do within, like, you know, when they're all hanging out. So there's no lines. So now that you have no lines, now there's no line in money. So Rory and Mal, and even the caller had just described. Oh, hold on.
No, I hear you. Uh-huh.
How the caller had just described was they didn't want to do podcasts. All they wanted to do was show up just like an employer. They didn't want to do a CEO type of job that Joe was doing. Going out, getting the contracts, hobnobbing with whomever they needed to hobnob with. He didn't want to do all that, both of them. So you had the gentleman, I think the black guy and Joe had been, and I think that's what hurt Joe even more. They had been friends for like years before that. And then all of a sudden you have the Caucasian guy that in a sense, it's like, well, he's asking all these questions. The other guy was fine with whatever was going on because him and Joe were sharing detergent. That showed you how these were college kids that happened to come up on money. Not adults. These were college kids. To the point that you remember detergent? Who was holding detergent?
Exactly.
Unlike a marriage, you, in a sense, sometimes people do change up, but outside of that, you kind of know what you're getting into. If you're blind enough to be stupid, that's on your thing. But this was a bad deal all around. Joe has showed time and time again. None of them have no sense of employer at all. You mean to tell me HR couldn't have told you that what you're doing makes no sense? You can't do this.
Wait, when you say HR, you threw me off. What are we talking about? Because
sorry, Joe had a situation with another young lady that was on the same podcast.
Okay.
On his network. So
and here's the thing, and let me jump in here because I think what you're saying is right. But there's something that I want to mention, and it's huge actually. You're talking about, these people have known each other for years and they were rooming together and everything like that, and there's no line, right? But there absolutely is a line, right? And the line started the moment Rory got smart and got the contract. The contract is the line. The contract separates everything. However they want to handle their friendship, however they want to handle their personal lives, there is still that signed contract. And that signed contract is going to control the whole business situation. It's going to control everything. And I want to shout Rory out for that because a lot of people, I see it all the time. A lot of people who are friends, they start up partnerships and they don't get one. There's no contract. It's all handshake. It's all we're friends. It's all we go way back. We were in the hood together. It's all with the hiding detergent, right?
Yeah.
So Rory, he saved himself the loss of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars minimum, maybe millions of dollars by insisting on getting that contract. So I think the contract here is everything. This is what Steel Curtain is saying. It really is everything. And whatever happens outside the contract, fair enough. But the contract is what it is, right?
Well, that's why you're the lead attorney. But I foresee Joe having many more issues outside of these two gentlemen that are gone. And just like everyone else said, they didn't add much to the podcast outside of all right, and whatever that deems to be worth is what it will be. But just overall, now, hopefully he'll have a team of people that will make sure that, hey, you need to understand you cannot, talk kind of things about people and say different things. You need to either you're going to be the talent or you're going to be the CEO. What are you going to be doing?
Yeah, totally agree.
Every other minute, and you guys are like talking crazy to each other. And again, it makes people uncomfortable. And now, even with this whole thing, like you said about the contract, if they have the contract, I don't understand what all the hoopla is about. Like, get the attorneys on the line and get your money and keep it moving. There's no.
Here's the hoopla. Here's the hoopla. Joe is a wolf. They're saying, hey, we've got a contract. Rory's saying, hey, we got a contract. We want to see the books. And Joe is like, F you. You're not seeing anything.
Well, he shouldn't see anything. It should be the attorneys or whoever is in charge of this. Your talent. You don't. Even if he handed him the books, what are you looking for? You have no idea what you're looking at.
Well, you say that, but Rory caught a $400,000 mistake that Joe's accountants admitted to. So you're not giving Rory the credit he deserves.
No, I'm not, because I see Rory as just like Joe is. Both of them are the same people. Because if you were so talented and you had all of this, I'm not too fond of Joe Budden at all. But at the end of the day, this man worked for 3 years. Most of us can't even, be on the internet for 30 minutes without like, what's going on? I thought I should be like, a big person or whatever. But this man did this 3 years, 2 hours, 3 hours, coming up with topics and doing all of that. Regardless of what you say, the talent was there. Regardless if Mal and Rory were there, I believe Joe still would have been able to do everything that he needed to do. So it's like, okay, well, why can't you reproduce the same thing that you did on Joe's situation?
Yeah, no, I hear you. And apparently they're starting a new one, or they're going to try to start something. But I do want to go back to kind of what you were kind of mentioning a little bit. Rory has an absolute right to see the books, and it doesn't matter whether he understands them or not. He can get those books and he can pass them to his forensic accountant. He can get those books and he can pass them to as an attorney. Right. But let's give him credit. He saw that $400,000 mistake. So Rory is about his money. So,
well, right now, for 2 seconds, until he starts crying at Kevin Durant's situation, and it'll be like 6 months from now, I'm sure he'll be crying and saying that, he's not getting this. It's well, like you said, obviously, with him having access to be able to have seen the money discrepancy, definitely true. But it's just I paint them all with the same brush of barbecue sauce that I'm putting on this rib. I'm painting them with the same brush. They're all the same people. It just happens to be that somebody's getting caught in a situation, but they're the same people. Not one of them are better than the other.
I hear you. I disagree. And you know way more about the podcast than I do. So let me say this. Let me state that off the bat. You are much more well-informed about the podcast. But I see this particularly, and I name this podcast, Sheeps and Wolves, because a sheep and a wolf are two different creatures. And Joe is an absolute wolf. Whenever Rory would say, "Hey, can I see the books?" Joe would flip out and start cussing and screaming. And what would Rory do? You're saying they're the same, right? So Rory also would jump up and down and start screaming. No, Rory would just, okay, and he would let it die. And another 6 months would pass. He doesn't know. He's getting checks every single month. He doesn't know, are they correct or not? Who knows? So 6 months pass and he goes to Joe again. He says, "Hey, Joe, can I see the books? We have a contract that says I see the books." And he starts getting cussed out. Joe starts cussing him out. And what does Rory do? Rory's like, oh, right? And this happens so much in business. It happens in relationships. Men and women can get in a relationship with a wolf and their sheep, and they allow things to happen that should not happen, and they allow it.
But the lead attorney, we're adults. It gets to a point where, again, at the beginning, I understand you didn't know it was going to become anything, but that's where you start showing up. Hey, Joe, meet me at this attorney's office at 5, or like the 4th year or the 5th year. Hey, let's meet at 2:00. What's your attorney's information? It's not in the sense of even when you cursing the man out. That definitely, we should have never gotten there. Friendship or not, there's no way you disrespect people and you're going about that way. That's where it would really get me to the point where, okay, I no longer can show up and if we sat down and we signed the contract, there's no business for me to be asking you for anything. You need to contact a third-party person and they need to be the mediator, and I'll still show up for work. That's it. I cannot show up and we're going back and forth screaming matches over something that, like, I need the third person and I'm paying money to be able to do this.
Yeah, I agree. It got nasty quickly, but a lot of it, the reason it got nasty so bad though is because of the sheep. They allowed Joe to get away with a lot that he shouldn't have gotten away with.
That's true. Because after year 4, after I finally seen, we're signing this and we're doing that, it would be 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't care if we're meeting at Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks. We're meeting somewhere, and the it's like, even what you said about relationships. You cannot be this blind and you're going about life as if those things are fool. No, you need to sit down with people and you need to have real adult conversations. It's not, again, like you said, we're not arguing and doing all this, but we need to make sure that we're on the same path. We know what's happening, because I may think the lead attorney said and you said the store, and I'm just like, well, where's the? And you're like, I said the store. I have no idea what you're saying. We are human beings. Everyone is able to take in information. We're able to dissect information completely different. So I can't think that Rory, and then even with that too, now it's allowed to where, like you said, they've allowed him to get away with so much. Now he's like, oh, I'm the big wolf. I'm gonna tell you to shut up whenever I want to tell you. I'm gonna do whatever I want to do because it's my doors. Who pays the rent in this building? Who does this? Who bought this equipment? Now you've allowed this man to have disrespect to you in the beginning portion just a little bit. Now it starts like slick shots. It's about the equipment. It's about, oh, well, why you have your foot on the table? Why you have your foot on the couch? And it's like, well, hold up. I thought we were homeboys and we had no, this is my table. This is my couch. That's why, like you said in the beginning, having that third person, I should not have to be fighting legal matters, and especially if we're talking about a company, an entity.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Totally agree. I think you're absolutely right about that. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming up here and regaling us all with your cooking skills. You got everybody on your side. We want to see. We want to see that cooking. So thank you so much. Everybody go check out the Nurse and the Nerd. The Nurse and Nerd. What's that?
We emailed you.
When?
Yesterday when we were on.
Is my email working? Somebody else just said they tried to email me and I'm
not sure.
I'm not sure I got your email, but email me again. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. Sorry about that. No problem.
No, you're fine. So thank you so much, the Nurse and Nerd, and thank you again for the cooking, man. You got us all hungry. So thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, we got John. My man John does it. I can't forget to say my support, man. John Doe been supporting me forever. Thank you for the super chat, John. Really appreciate it. We got gosh, I feel so bad. Miss Hall, because I do not know how to say your first name. And you are always supporting me, and you always have great comments too. You always have great comments in the streams. Gosh, I don't even want to try to say it because I know I'm gonna butcher it. Can you spell it out phonetically in the comment section? Can you spell it out phonetically how it sounds so I can say it right? But thank you so much for the super chat. It's super generous. Thank you so much, Ms. Hall, and thank you for always showing up and supporting me. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we got Trey B in the house. Can you hear me, Trey?
I can hear you.
Oh, your sound sounds perfect. Thank you. Trey, what do you think about all this? We got Rory, we got Mal. Over here we got Joe. Joe is like, he's killing them. He's not cooperating at all. What do you think about this?
Well, I don't know either one of them, but I can say from a business perspective, right? When you do have contracts involved, the contracts are the end all, right? And reason why I can speak on this because a lot of employees that work for my company, they are contracted, right? And in that contract, it lists stipulations, how much they get paid, and everything else, whether there's a bonus or whatever. The contract is the end all, right? It doesn't make a difference how much money the company makes. The company could make, $5 billion. But guess what? If you sign a contract for $200,000 a year, that's what you get.
Absolutely. Yeah. I tell this story, guys. When I was young, when I was like, I don't remember how I was, maybe 11 or 12. My mom had gotten married, and I had a stepfather, right? And we had moved into this house, and we were lower class like everybody else. But the house, it was a corner lot, and it had a big yard. And so I think my stepfather was the summertime. I'm down here in Atlanta, hot Atlanta. All right, summertime is 100 degrees. And I was like 11 or 12, and my stepfather was getting ready to cut the grass. And I said, hey, if you give me some money, I'll cut the grass. And he says, well, how much do you want? I was 11. Let's say I'm 11. And I said, well, I want $5. And he thought about it, and he said, well, okay. All right, I'll give you $5. You go out there and cut the grass. So I start cutting the grass, and I realized I had made a very grave mistake because that yard was big, and not only was it the front yard, but it was the backyard too. It was huge, especially for an 11-year-old, right? And I was cutting that grass for about 15 minutes, just sweating. I mean, my underwear was wet. My sock, it was so hot. And I cut that damn lawnmower off, and I walked in and I say, listen, I'm gonna need $25. Because listen, $5 back in the day, I mean, you go to the candy lady, you could do something. So in my head, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do something. But I didn't realize how, and we were moving from an apartment anyways, where we didn't have to cut the grass. So I'm moving into a house. And so I didn't really know much about cutting grass. I didn't estimate it correctly at all. So I cut that lawnmower off. I walked in and I was like, I'm gonna need 25 for this, buddy. And he looked me in the eye and he said, you know what? You agreed to $5. It's what you agreed to. So you're gonna go out there and you're gonna cut that grass, and it's not gonna be for $25. It's not gonna be for $20. It's gonna be for the $5 that you agreed to. And I went out there. I felt like I had hate in my heart. I was so angry. I was so tired. I was so hot. But you know what? That man taught me a lesson that day. He taught me a lesson that day, right? If you agree to good terms, then fine. If you agree to bad terms, then fine. You agreed to something. You know, Joe agreed to pay these men a percentage, and it turns out that was so much actual money. They didn't realize it at the time that the company, the podcast, was going to blow up like it did, right? And so now Joe I totally believe he started doing shady stuff. Why? Because he didn't want to give them access to the books. But they had a right to the access to the books. If I have the right to something, I say, give it to me. Contractually, you have to give it to me. And they say, no, you already put me on game. You've already done something, right?
Right.
Not only that, but I asked for an accounting, and you send me a 5-line spreadsheet that someone just typed in, and it has a $400,000 mistake. How can it be that there's only 5 lines? There's only 5 lines in the email, and one of the lines contains a $400,000 mistake. And you don't want to show me the books? Come on. Right? And so I understand people are like, oh, you know, they're really riding with Joe. I can understand that, I suppose, because, you know, I'm not, I don't really know much about the podcast, but everybody's saying he's the man, right? I made a mistake, guys. I didn't know much about the Charlemagne the God situation. And I was like, oh, well, you know, Charlemagne's not special. There are 3 people on the show. Anybody, they can just put any black man in that seat, right? Who is Charlemagne? Everybody was like, no, lead attorney, you don't really know what's going on with this Breakfast Club. You don't watch it. Charlemagne is actually the man, right? He's not just some regular person. He's actually the talent on the show. I didn't know that, right? And so it seems like Joe Budden, everybody's saying Rory and Mal, they're just kind of there. Sometimes Mal's on his phone. I think even in the thumbnail, he's on his phone, the thumbnail of this video. So everybody agrees that Joe is the man, fair enough, but Joe signed a contract giving these men substantial amounts of money. And now he's trying to fix it. He's trying to fix his error. Thank you, Gail. Gail sent me an email just saying testing. So my email works, guys, and I did get that email, John. If you're still watching. So yeah, let me just shout out the Nurse and the Nerd. I feel like we should be paying you for that cooking lesson. Thank you so much, Nurse and the Nerd. Really appreciate your support and the super chat, and thank you for coming up as well. But yeah, Trey, I mean, that's my response to that. I mean, people make bad decisions all the time, bad contracts, bad agreements. You got to live up to them. And it seems like Joe does not want to live up to them on so many fronts. I promise you, Joe's cooking the books, you know, and he might have to go back and fix them now that all this press, he's going to have to turn over the books. If someone does not want you to see the books, they're cooking them. That's what I found out in 20 years of experience as an attorney. But yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Trey. What do you think about all this?
Yeah, I agree with you. If someone's cooking the books, they're hiding money. It's just that simple. And as far as Joe moving money from one LLC to another LLC, I can tell everyone from experience, you cannot hide money in the United States. There's a trace in a transaction for everything you do for every amount of money. So if you think you're going to be able to hide money by transferring it from one company to the next, well, you're just pretty much opening yourself up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. I agree. It's hard. The Aurora Call says the bigger the pot, the bigger the pot. I've
Yeah,
never
she's
heard
right.
that. I've never heard that. I love that. I'm gonna steal that one. Everybody's talking about, Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels and now Kwame. Everybody's talking about, oh, you stole this, you stole that from me, you stole my talking points. Aurora, Aura. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to steal this one. I'm about to straight steal it. The bigger the plot, the bigger the pot, the bigger the plot. I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah, so I agree with you, Trey B. It's crazy out here. Give me 1 second. I thought there was got Mithrin in the house. Mithrin in the house. What does Mithrin say? Shout out to Mithrin, co-counsel out here. Mithrin knows as much about this stuff as I do. Thank you so much, Mithrin. Again, Mithrin be supporting your boy, man. Thank you, Mithrin. What does Mithrin say? Mithrin says, stepdad taught you 3 lessons. 1, keep your word. Yes. 2, don't undervalue the work of your worth. I was thinking about the candy lady. I was like, just give me $5. That's all I need. And 3, properly understand the difficulty of the task you are facing. All of these. Mithrin is killing it. He's exactly right. That 11-year-old boy, that 12-year-old boy, I was solely focused on those 5 apple pies. That's all I wasn't thinking about the work. I wasn't thinking about the value of it, how hot it was that day. I was thinking about the wrong thing. And Mithrin is right. I mean, shout out to Mike. Mike is my stepdad. He taught me, like Mithrin says, he taught me some real lessons that day. Real lessons. You were exactly right. You're exactly right. So JD says, went from 150 to over 300 today. Yes, we're growing, guys. We are absolutely growing. Shout out to JD. He's exactly right. So thank you to all the new subscribers. I know Abel is like, hey man, what happened to the family law stuff? You just ditched us? No, I haven't ditched you. I'm gonna do some more stuff on that too. I'm gonna have Bernard Riley. Shout out to Bernard. I'm gonna have him on pretty soon, and he's gonna talk about the what it cost him to the emotional and financial and strategic costs that it took him to fight for custody of his kids. It took him years. So we're going to talk about that too. But we're also talking about other things as well. We're kind of expanding, guys. So thank you all for coming out. Yes, we're doing it. We are doing it. And tomorrow, guys, I'm going to tell you how much I'm making now as a YouTuber with 20,000 subscribers. I said I was going to do this. I did one for the 10,000. Doing one for the 20, and then certainly one for the 100. It's actually a thing that white YouTubers do so that if you want to start a YouTube channel, you might be like, oh, well, if I get 1,000 subscribers, how much am I going to make? If I get 10,000, how much I'm going to make? 20, and it's all estimates, guys. But just to encourage people to start your YouTube channel. Actually, I really do think that you should. A lot of you new subscribers, you're here, not to go on a tangent, but you're here because I started talking about this Charlemagne the God thing. And I'll be honest, there's a part of me that really didn't want to talk about it because I'm not big into celebrity. I don't know this stuff. Guys. I know the law. That's it. I don't know celebrity. I don't know Tasha K. I don't know Charlemagne. I don't know Joe Budden. And so there's a part of me that's like, I don't really want to do this celebrity stuff. And I was kind of ragging on it a little bit. And the Steel Curtain corrected me. The Steel Curtain was like, listen, there are a lot of lessons in this celebrity stuff, right? And as a fact to this, John Crimes, one of the people who produced a man who produced a fantastic documentary about the victim in the Charlemagne case. He just emailed me telling me that Jessica wants to reach out to me because of those videos. And if she wants to come on, she's definitely going to come on, and we're going to talk about her story so that it gets out. I know a lot of you guys knew about this story. You're not going to believe this, but there are millions of people who didn't know about it, and I'm one of them, right? And so even doing this celebrity stuff, there's a part of me that kind of rolls my eyes at it, to be honest, because I don't know about it. But there's some important things in it. There's some lessons, and we're even learning lessons with this Roy, Mal, and Joe situation. So the Steel Curtain is exactly right. There are lessons in anything. There are lessons in anything. I was a little bit too, you get on here and you're like, oh, listen to what I want to talk about, but you get so focused and you might not realize that, you can learn a lot. And I think even in this video, this live stream, we've talked about some important concepts. And Roy had to learn a lot. He's learned a lot now. Mal too, and Joe too. Joe's cooking those books. I promise you he is. So he's gonna have to account for that. So yeah. So I'm gonna have if Jessica wants to come on, she's absolutely welcome to. All right. So Trey, did I cut you off, or were you kind of
no?
Kind of
just the last thing I wanted to say is that just don't do business with friends and family. That's all I got to tell people. Just don't do it. It's gonna go wrong.
And let me say this too, guys, because you hear this, and it's easy to agree to it. And if you agree to it, you're probably going to have an easier life. But what I will liken this to, and it's not the same, but I will compare it to men in the MGTOW community. What do men in the MGTOW community say? They say, never date a woman. Just be by yourself. If you date a woman, your situation will be more complicated. And that's probably true. Anytime you introduce someone into your life, you're going to introduce some complexity. But you look around, you look at the Asians, if your girl wants you to tag along while she gets her nails done, right? Maybe you like feet. And so you go to her, and all you see in there are brothers and cousins and uncles, and they're all just making money together, right? Imagine going and telling a Vietnamese family, "Oh, don't do business together. Don't do business with your family or your friends." We can absolutely, or look at Hispanics, right? You go out there, you hire a tree falls in your backyard, so you go out and you hire someone to go cut the tree down, and it's three brothers that show up and an uncle, and their family.
That's culturally different.
Well, let's say it's culturally different, fine. But what we're seeing is, as a culture, is that it can be done. And you cannot convince me that Vietnamese are better than blacks. You cannot convince me that Hispanics are better than blacks. I'm not saying blacks are better than anybody else, but no one's better than us. We might not be better than anybody else, but no one's better than us. And so if other cultures can build together, families can build together, then I don't want to hear, "Oh, it's cultural and black people can't do it." If other races can do it, if other cultures can do it, then we can do it too. So if you want to be safe and you want to go MGTOW and say, "Hey, I don't want to date a woman ever again in my life," fine. You're going to have a less complex life. Fine. And if you want to say, "Hey, I never want to be in business with my brothers. I never want to be in business with my families," fine. Right? You're going to be safe. But it can be done. It can absolutely be done. So I hear where you're coming from, Trey, and a lot of people would agree with you. And I'm not saying I disagree, but I'm saying there are ways. If other cultures can do it, damn it, we can do it too. And maybe the fact that where we are, we're missing out on money, we're missing out on generational wealth. Maybe it's because we don't do it.
Right.
Right. So,
it can be done. I've seen it done before, but I've also seen instances where when there's a certain amount of money and everybody who's involved in the family business is not on the same page. They have to be on the same page, have to understand the same goal. They pretty much have to see eye to eye. And unfortunately, we are all individuals, and everybody has their own individual wants or needs, sins or whatever. And that pretty much what tears us apart.
Yeah, we just got to be smart about it. We got to know that everybody's not supposed to be on the same page. Listen, guys, if you get 5 family members together, we're not going to be on the same page, period. When Eddie Murphy, he had his family, doing stuff, and he had Charlie Murphy. And they put Charlie Murphy in charge of security, right? Turns out Charlie Murphy is like a Pookie and a Ray Ray. And Charlie Murphy was like trying to beat up women. So you know what Eddie Murphy didn't say, "Hey, you know what? We can't have you in the family business." Eddie Murphy pulled him to the side and said, "Hey, Charlie Murphy, guess what? You're not in charge of security anymore, my man. We're going to move you to another facet of the business. You're going to be in another part of the enterprise." Because Charlie Murphy was overprotective of his brother Eddie. So Charlie and Eddie were not on the same page about Charlie's job. Fine. You don't have to be on the same page. You just got to find where you fit in. Get in where you fit in. If we put you in a place and you don't fit there, you go to another place. If we're Vietnamese and we put you doing nails and you don't know how to do nails, or you keep messing people up, you don't have good customer service, fine. We're going to put you back there in the back and you're going to do the books. Most people can have a place. There are going to be some Pookies and Ray Rays that don't have a place. Fine, they're not in it. Some people should not be in business, no matter if they're family or not. Just because they're your family members does not mean you should put them in your business. But it also doesn't mean that you should exclude them. When you hear what you say, Trey, and a lot of people agree, oh, don't do business with family. I don't agree with that. But you got to choose them correctly. Some people should not be in your business. Some family members hate each other, and for good reason. But, a lot of communities, what is Clifton say? It's a little racy. It's a little racy, right? And he's right. I don't want to get too far into this. But a lot of times we miss out on generational wealth because we cannot build together. We're like five fingers, and you look at other cultures and they're fists, and they so much power. You can only get so much power from a slap. But you put it together, you get one of these Dante Wilder things. It's like a sniper hits you in the forehead, right? So yeah, I hear where you're coming from, Trey. It's just you got to know how to do it. You got to know how to do it. Let me get Snuggles. I'm gonna tell Bernard on you. Tell Bernard you cheating over here. What does Snuggles say? Shout out to Snuggles, man. Always supporting. Snuggles said, did you basically just say blacks do not have a... I love it. Wait, let me read the damn thing before I prejudge it. Said, did you basically just say blacks do not have a code of conduct when it comes to business and family? That is a problem, or did I hear wrong? I don't know who, did I say that? Does anybody think that I said that? That's not what I tried to say. I'm trying to say the opposite. I'm trying to say that blacks can do it. We can absolutely do it. And I think Clifton is right. That was a little bit racy. I'll probably get demonetized. Thank you, Snuggles. We can do it. Any race can do it. What does Mithrin say? Mithrin said, it is the difference in the mentality of I'm going to get mine versus we're going to get ours. Yes, I agree with Mithrin. It's mentality. It is absolutely mentality. And I think Trey's right too. Cultural plays into it, but we just have to overcome, man. We have to. I don't want to say it like that, but no one can tell me that it's not possible for us. We can absolutely do it. But when you hear, what is Elisa? You heard wrong. Yeah, I didn't want to say that if I said it. But there's a safe route. And the safe route is, don't do business with family or friends. Fine, you're going to be safe. But look at what these friends did. Look at what Mal and Rory and Joe did. They were friends, and they started making millions. And it could be that none of them apart could have made that. Now, some of you were saying, hey, man, Rory and Mal don't do much. Fine. But they supported it to get Joe up to the level that he is now. Maybe without that support, even though it was minimal in the beginning, maybe Joe would still be trying to rap. But he had two people that he could lean on in the beginning for a little bit of help here, a little bit of help there, and it helped keep the damn machine going. And as it went on through the years, it grew, and now look, right? But, maybe Joe is like that damn Pookie in your family. Joe's a wolf. You can't convince me otherwise. And I don't even really know the man. But, if I ask you about the books and you start cursing me out, I immediately know where you're at. Immediately. Right? And if I start getting cursed out, and instead of me saying, okay, no problem, and getting on the phone with my lawyer, if I'm just like, oh, okay, don't worry about it, and I forget about it for 6 months, and I'm getting screwed over for 6 months, and I'm a sheep. Right? And guys, I see this all the time. I'm trying to tell you guys, you can be sheep in business. You can be sheep in your relationships, in your marriages. Being a sheep anywhere is bad. It's bad. You need to stand as a man. You need to be able to stand up for yourself in whatever situation. Now, standing up for yourself can mean a lot of things. It doesn't mean, getting into fisticuffs, right? A lot of times standing up for yourself can mean, okay, no problem. And you get on you get out to your car and you just get on the phone and you call me, not me, but you call your lawyer and say, hey, lead attorney, I need you to handle this. And then you go eat lunch. right? And now you got your lead attorney working for you. You are handling your business, and you're at Chipotle, right? So handling your business as a man doesn't necessarily mean rolling your sleeves up and getting grimy. In fact, the higher that you go, the more successful that you go. That's exactly what it doesn't mean. You can lose so much just by hitting someone. You can lose so much money just by breaking someone's nose. No, just pick up your phone, right? Get your forensic accountant on the line. Get your attorney on the line. I don't know how I got there, but that's how I feel about it. All right, Mithrin. Oh yeah, so that's what we were talking about. I already read this one. Thank you so much, Mithrin, for the super chat. Mithrin again, Jesus. Mithrin be supporting your boy. Leave poor Pookie and Ray Ray alone. They got business to conduct and women to disappoint. Yes. Yes, they do. And the women are disappointed always afterwards, right? They're not disappointed in the moment. They are not disappointed in the moment. And, man, Pookie and Ray Ray and that damn Foot Locker girl. Gosh, I could not get off of them. Especially that Foot Locker girl. Jesus. All right. Shout out to all the new people. You don't know what I'm talking about. But there was this girl that I always put in my videos. She had me. All right. Lion Legal. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And thank you again, Mithrin, for all your support. I appreciate it. Lion Legal, what do you think about all this?
Well, I mean, it's quite an interesting issue, and in fact, I might actually discuss it on my own YouTube channel.
And Lion Legal, let me just say that your connection sounds pretty bad. I'm gonna try to make it through, but I want people in the chat to understand you. And it's your connection's pretty sketchy.
All right. I will try to reconnect. Just a second.
That's a lot better. No, just keep it like that. Can you do that?
How about now?
That's
How is
perfect.
it now? Is it good?
That's
Great,
perfect.
great. Yeah. I had some janky headphones. All right. So I actually have my own YouTube channel. So I was actually thinking about discussing these issues.
Mm-hmm.
But
and what's your YouTube channel? Is it the Lion Legal?
Correct. Exactly.
Okay.
Lion Legal.
Everybody go check out the Lion Legal. Go subscribe over there. Thank you so much.
Check it out too. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. You see, the problem is one thing Rory did, which stuck in my craw, as they say in the South, or I found incredibly disagreeable. There was a slight argument that he had with Joe Budden, and he said that that he would like to box him, that he put on the boxing gloves and they should go there. You cannot say that to an employer. Joe is effectively their employer. Imagine a person telling their boss that they would like to box them. Can you imagine yourself being in an office and you tell your direct report that kind of thing? It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Additionally, so from what you've stated before is that the contract gave them points or gave them a percentage of the revenue. Do you know what percentage they were given?
No, they didn't say. It seems that on the one hand, it seems that Rory and Mal were saying the percentage was small, but then on the other hand, it seems like they said that they were getting a lot of money. So it's a little bit contradictory. Okay,
and what is Joe's argument in that case? Did he say that he even gave them any percentage? Did he admit to that?
Joe first started off by saying that they were employees, right? And they were employees and they could be fired at any time. But then when Roy and Mal came out with their response, then he started to walk that back. And he's like, yeah, there's a percentage, but he hasn't really come clean about what the specifics were.
Yeah. Well, the issue is that on any YouTube show, I'm not sure who would expect to be earning a lot if they're employed by the person that brought the subscribers. Joe Budden brought the subscribers. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that is just the way it is, because he has been established enough. He's had a rap career and he has a lot of contacts in the industry. Rory and Mal are not the persons that people tune in to watch. The contractual issue is a completely different issue. If you sign a contract, typically you should be given a copy of it. If you don't have a copy, you have the right to request it. Now, this is not just a purely contractual issue, it's an employment issue too, because they've signed a contract and they're also employed at the same time. Now, if they're employed, there are rights that you have as an employee, but it's not clear if they're employed or they own a profit share, which would make you part owner of a business. And if you're part owner, you have a lot more.
Let me jump in. I think certain things are pretty clear now. Certain things, what's clear apparently is that they're not employees. They're not employees. They are getting a percentage. But what does PGO boss game say? He says profit partners is not ownership. He's saying even if you get a percentage, that does not make you an owner. And he's exactly right. I think what's become clear is Joe owns all of the IP. Joe Budden owns all of the intellectual property. So he has a business, and Joe is the owner of the business.
Can you confirm that?
Well, it looks like if you listen to what Joe, first of all, no, I haven't seen the contract.
Yeah. I was about to say, the one thing that is going to actually tell exactly what's going on is seeing the contract. So even if like it is possible to own a profit share of the company and still be an owner, or there might be like, a passive investor, etc., or an employee that has their pay tied to the profit of the show. So unless he even shows the contract, it's not even clear what he's doing. It's not even clear. Well, but he should be showing the contract to those two guys. I do agree with you there. Rory and Mal should see the contract.
No, I think Rory and Mal, they have a copy of the contract. They absolutely have a copy of the contract, and their attorneys have a copy of the contract.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody has a copy of the contract. So what PGO boss game is saying is that even if you get a percentage, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's you own it, and that's true. And so what it seems like from what Roy has said, Mal has said, what Joe has said, what it seems like is that Joe owns the business, and that business has revenue and it has expenses. So once you take how much the business makes and you pay the expenses, there's a part that's left. The part that's left is basically the profit of the business. From this profit of the business, Roy gets a piece. He gets a percentage. Also, Mal gets a piece. He gets a percentage. Now, what Roy is saying is, okay, you gave me a percentage, fair enough. But how do I know it's the right percentage? Mm-hmm. How do I know you're paying me correctly? So Roy says, to know how much you're paying me correctly, I need to know about how much the company made, and I need to know about how much the company spent. I need to know what's up here so that I know what's up here is correct. What's down here is correct. So he goes to Joe and says, hey, I want to see the books. I want an accounting. My contract with you gives me a right to an accounting, so I would like to see my accounting. That's all. Okay. I would just like to see my accounting. Okay. What does Joe say? Joe says, oh, you want to see your accounting. So you think you want to see the books. So you think I'm stealing from you. So you're calling me a thief. I should kill you right now where you stand. Right? If you know, we're from the streets. If you're saying that I'm stealing from you, I should take you out right now. And Roy's like, hold up. I just want to check to make sure my percentage is correct. And Joe's like, oh, no. You think I'm stealing. I don't have to show you anything. I'm not going to show you anything. I don't show anything to people who call me a thief. And so what does Roy do? Roy says, okay, no problem. And he forgets about it. And then 6 months later, he comes back. He's like, oh, yeah, can I see the books? And Joe blows up again. And so what does Roy do? Oh, he goes away for another 6 months. This is not what you can do. You cannot do this in law, whether it's in your relationships, business or personal. If you feel like you are in a relationship with a wolf, which can happen, fine. You have to stand up for yourself. Rory and Mal could have been not receiving their just amounts of compensation for years.
All right. Let me ask you something. How about if the contract said that they don't have audit rights?
Well, Joe, Mal, and Rory both say that they have audit and accounting rights. And I will tell you, as an attorney, I have never seen a partnership agreement where there's a percentage that does not have it. I can 99% guarantee you, without even seeing that contract, that it absolutely has accounting rights.
Well,
And they went, and they went further and said that per the contract, they have accounting rights for every quarter.
Okay.
Mostly, it's usually not every quarter. It's usually either twice a year or once a year, because it's a process and it's expensive because your accountants are going to pay for it. They said the contract allows them to get one every single quarter.
Okay, I will say that, number one, I would never assume anything until I saw a contract, because even if it says, okay, there are accounting rights or any rights whatsoever, there are some, it's not clear if there's an exception there. If there's also a clause that says if there's a dispute, no, dude, you know, like, you know, I just want to
dude. Hey, wait.
Attorney,
wait. First, let's get something straight. All right, you're on my show. I'm not on yours. All right, so if I want to jump in a little bit, I've been respectful the whole time. Listen, wait. Listen. What did your boy say? Don't overtalk me. Right? I'm a super nice guy, right? I'm just trying to get information out.
I'm nice too.
So
I'm
gonna let you talk. Okay. But listen, you know, as far as I can tell from what you're saying, you're not an attorney. All right. And it doesn't sound like you've read a lot of partnership. It doesn't sound like it. Because
well, like, you know, that's my point.
Let me finish. All right,
go ahead.
Because if you're an attorney and you know anything about partnership agreements, you know that it would be malpractice. And I hope you don't draft agreements like this, because you will absolutely lose your license. If you draft, let me finish. Let me finish.
Contract.
All right. I'm going to take you out. I'm going to take you out a little bit, because maybe you need to think about what you're saying. But guys, listen, attorneys, we have to do good work for you. And if we do not do good work for you, we can actually lose our license. So if we draft a contract for you that says you're supposed to get a percentage, but we do not include a clause that allows you to see the books, that to me is malpractice. And you could lose your license. You could lose your whole career. And somebody said in the chat that this is like Drake's attorney, right? So there's no way that you can convince me. You know, the guy, he's trying to say, oh, well, you know, I don't want to assume that there are auditing rights. Any attorney in the country will tell you that there are auditing rights and accounting rights, and certainly accounting rights in that contract. Right. So I don't know the quality of that attorney. I don't want to speak on it. But if that attorney is drafting contracts that doesn't have auditing or accounting rights, that's not the attorney that you want. You know, and that's not a shot. I'm just saying. There are attorneys. What you guys got to see today is that there are levels to attorneys, and some attorneys have been disbarred for doing very poor work. And if you draft a partnership agreement and you do not allow your client to see the books when he's supposed to be receiving a percentage of the business, it's malpractice in every state. That's what I would say. All right. DS Williams says they were already being overpaid. Yeah, that's the thing. It sounds like that Rory and Mal, they were getting paid, and Joe didn't like it. And it could be from what you guys are saying too, that Rory and Mal, they weren't doing much on the show, right? They weren't doing much on the podcast. So I hear you. JNK, can you hear me?
I can. Hello.
Hello. How are you doing? It's great to see you on here. What do you think about all of this Joe and Rory and Mal situation?
Well, I had a question, but I guess you sort of answered it. I was in sort of the exact same situation in the industry that I work in. Mm-hmm. I was an employee, but I also got commissions. So like in the financial industry with brokers, they have a contract with the company like Merrill Lynch or Goldman Sachs that they get like 40% and the company keeps 60% of all their commissions. So the sales assistants, which is like the secretaries, if they are licensed as well, they can get a percentage of the brokers, or the broker may decide to pay them, you know, just a flat amount every month, or nothing at all, but they can pay them a percentage. So I'm an employee, but also I get a commission. So you would think that, well, it's with a major company, I don't have to wonder because Merrill Lynch or Goldman Sachs, they're going to have my check right. But what those companies do, they post every month, everyone in the company's commission sheets. So the whole company gets to see what you make. And I don't know if they can go and say, well, I don't want everybody to know my business. They don't just share it with the sales assistant. The whole company can see it. So I can see who's making $20,000 this month, and I can see who is eating ramen noodles. And that's how it was. So well, my question was, how could they not see it if they have a contract? I mean, I don't understand.
Jan, you're absolutely right. And what you're talking about is commissions, right? And commissions is even less important than a percentage of the whole business. And so what you're saying is even on commissions, your employment was transparent. Because you're exactly, if you can't see the books, there is absolutely no way to check that you're getting paid correctly. There's no way to do it. If you get a percentage of anything, let's say you get 10% of the lottery winnings, right? The lottery winnings. You're going to want to know, well, how much is it? You need to know what the total amount was. There's absolutely no way you can find out if your percentage is correct or not, if the take-home money that you got, if it's right or not, if you can't check the books. So what do you need? Again, you need to see the company's profit and loss statements, right? You need to see the operating account, the bank statements. How are you paying your vendors? Is it through checks? You need those accounts. Is it through credit cards? You need those accounts. Is it through Venmo? You need those accounts, right? You want to see any money that goes in and any money that goes out. It's going to affect the bottom line. Here's the thing, guys. Money comes in and money goes out. And then there's a line. So there's a line, and then money goes in, money goes out, and the line. And you get a percentage of what's below the line. But the only way to check that you're getting the right amount below the line is to know what's above the line. So Jan is exactly right. There's no way for you to know. There's no way for you to know if you're getting the correct amount or not if you don't have access to know what's the income and what are the expenses. And no lawyer, no matter what you hear, no even sorry lawyer. Like there's sorry lawyers, there are good lawyers, and there are excellent lawyers. This is a lead attorney, right? No lawyer, even a sorry lawyer, is going to draft a contract that's going to allow you to get a percentage, but you can't check the books. Why? Because there are wolves out there. There are wolves out there that are going to cook the books. Joe is a wolf. You know, this Rory guy, somebody's like, oh, well, he's not that smart. Fair enough. He's not a forensic accountant. He caught a $400,000 mistake. If he didn't have access to the books, well, he just got a little email. If he did not have information pertaining to the expenses, he would have not known about that $400,000 mistake. Right? So if I draft a contract and I don't give my client access to the information, $400,000 mistakes can be happening every year. And then my client is going to come back after 10 years and be like, hey, Lee attorney, guess what? You made a contract that you made an error on that contract that you drafted. So now you owe me $40 million. Right? I'm not going to want to pay that. I'm not going to want to pay that man $40 million. So what am I going to do? I'm going to make sure that his contract allows him to have access to accounting and auditing rights. And I'm certain, I don't care what any attorney tells you, I am willing to assume that contract had that. Yes, Jan, you had another question?
Yes. So if they're fired now, so I would think that they may have to go to court to see, you know, what the books were. So if Joe cooked the books and didn't pay them what they were supposed to be paying, I would think that they can go and get interest and maybe even penalties.
All right, listen, you're bringing up a great point. And here's why it never works. Here's why Joe, you can tell Joe is just a street dude. And he's just trying to make moves on his own. Because any attorney will tell him, this is not going to work. Why is it going to work? Why is it not going to work? Because what Roy can do is do this. Roy can say, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sue you. Right? Fair enough. What happens though, guys? What happens when I file a lawsuit? What do I have access to now? I've got access to one word, and it's called the discovery process. And what is the discovery process? It's where I discover information that's relevant to the case. So now, if you don't want to give me access to the books, if you don't want to let me audit, if you don't want to give me an accounting fine, I will file a lawsuit and then do my accounting and auditing that way. And I'm going to find out everything. And I'm going to find out how you cook the books. And you can't say no, that you don't want to do it, because why? A judge will put you in jail. A judge will put you in jail for violating the discovery process, and will issue you sanctions, monetary sanctions. And you'll have to pay my attorney's fees and costs of litigation. So this plan that he had was never going to work in the first place, because Rory and Mal could always file a lawsuit and go through the discovery process to get the paperwork. And of course, they were going to find errors in it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that you can tell me that Rory and Mal were getting paid what they should have been getting paid per the contract, even if it was too much, considering the work that they were actually doing. All right. So Jan is exactly right. Once the lawsuit is filed, you can't hide. You can hide and you can cuss me out when there's no lawsuit and tell me no. And I'm like, okay. But once the lawsuit is filed, that's it. And so now what do you see Joe doing? Joe's kind of walking it back. He's walking it back and he's like, oh, well, I was talking to my therapist. And my therapist told me, maybe I shouldn't have been cussing them out. Maybe I should have been more cooperative. You see him changing things up now. He's changing things up, right? Because he knows what he was doing was wrong. So that is exactly right, Jan. He's going to get, and once he gets access to the books and he finds out all of these errors, now he can get attorney's fees. Now he can get maybe some type of consequential damages. Now he can get costs of litigation. So it could be that Joe has to pay out much more. He has to pay out what he was supposed to pay out, and then hundreds of thousands of dollars more potentially. It would have cost him so much less just to pay the men what they were supposed to get paid. But he was trying to be a street dude and he was trying to hide it. And now he can end up paying, double maybe. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I agree with you, Jan. I mean, thank you for coming on and letting us know, because you're absolutely right about this. You're not going to be able to hide. What is Elisa? What does Elisa say? Numbers do not lie. Math is a universal language, baby. Yes. Totally agree. All right. So thank you, Jan. JD, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Great to see you, JD. Thank you for always coming on and supporting your boy. What do you think about this?
Before I go into that, can I go off on a quick 10-second tangent? Just a quick 10-second tangent?
As long as you need, no problem.
Okay, all right. So I just want to say, I've been following you since O'Shea, brought you on, and you've gone from like 50 to 100 people watching. Now you got like 300 people watching.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would really love to see you react on rap videos. There's this other attorney. His name is CLR, Bruce Rivers. I don't know if you've seen him.
I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, Bruce Rivers is a white criminal law attorney, and he reacts to videos. And this dude has over 200,000 subscribers.
Really?
I really feel like you being, brother, you got more, more to offer in terms of reacting to these videos, and you might be able to advise these folks that are making these rap videos and give them a little bit more advice on what they're doing. So, that's my tangent.
Well, I appreciate that. And listen, guys, I'm relatively new doing this. A lot of people have been on YouTube a long time, and I've only been on YouTube a little bit over a year. So any guidance or any suggestions that you guys have, any topics that you want me to cover, please let me know. And again, the reason that we're having this live stream about the Joe Budden, I didn't know anything about Joe Budden, guys, to be honest. I'm a middle-aged attorney, right? So I didn't know anything about it. But, people were requesting this. And so I am super grateful to you, JD, and to anyone else that gives me requests that I can look into. This whole Kwame thing was a request. The whole Derek Jackson thing was a request. So any requests, any suggestions that you guys can give me, I appreciate. I certainly get a lot of criticism, right? So I appreciate that too. So suggestions are always welcome. So thank you, JD. I will look into that. What did you say the man's name was? You said it was
I put it in the chat. It's CLR Bruce Rivers.
CLR Bruce Rivers. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, and then as for this whole Joe Budden fiasco, man, I mean, Joe's a street dude. I mean, you know, from way back in the early 2000s, he's been rapping, and he's just a street dude. And the problem with a lot of street dudes is they're not really business savvy.
Facts.
You know, the few that I've seen that are business savvy are people like Jay-Z and Nas. You know, I mean,
yes.
I mean, you have other ones too, but like those are usually the exception and not the norm. And so, unfortunately for Joe Budden, you know, he let his emotions get over him, and I think he thought that, oh, you know, he's still out in the streets where he could get away with anything. And one thing he didn't realize is this is YouTube, man. Like everything is on record. You know, this ain't like you're out in the streets where nobody's gonna snitch on you. Rory and Mal's gonna snitch on you. So, but anyway, that's all I got. You know, and keep doing the great things that you do, lead attorney. I really appreciate you, you know, bringing me on, and you know, I'd really love to see those rap video reactions from you. Thank you.
No problem. And thank you for coming in, JD. And thank you all for always supporting me, man. You've been with me for so long. And no one has ever told me about these rap videos reactions. So you are the very first one. So I will absolutely look into it. I really appreciate it. I will tell you, just from a YouTuber standpoint, I don't know how he gets away with doing reaction videos. Guys, YouTube is a little sketchy on reaction videos, right? Because if you take someone's video and put it on your channel, a lot of times it'll come up in the algorithm that it's someone else's work, and they'll flag it. And some YouTubers have lost their whole channel based on reviews. Now, some people get around it, and there are ways to kind of get around it. Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews certainly has a fantastic channel. He showed us part of his catalog, though, part of the videos that he was doing. And I was shocked as a new YouTuber. So many of his videos have been demonetized and claimed because, again, he's using other people's work. Now, he doesn't care. He's doing his thing. And that's one thing, just doing reviews. But I have no idea if they are music reviews, because videos are one thing, and YouTube will be like, oh, maybe I'll let you get away with it, maybe I won't. But music is a whole nother thing. And if you do not have license to the music that you're playing on your channel, YouTube will shut it down quick. So I'm interested, just on a curiosity level, how this man is able to review music videos and play the music. I don't understand how that would work at all. Do you know how that, has he said anything about that, JD?
I don't know, honestly. I just watch his. You know, like when they do these reactions, they only play small snippets of the videos, and most of the time they don't allow the music to play on for more than like 3 seconds. They may show pictures of certain segments.
Okay, maybe I need to watch it then. I think I need to watch it, because if he's only playing 3-second portions of it, then okay, I get it now. And PGO Boss Game is right. How you partition the screen. That's exactly right. I've done some reviews in my past. I mean, in the past, I've done a few of them. And you're right. You kind of have to put your face in them, and you kind of got to shrink it down a little bit so the algorithm doesn't necessarily catch it all. So that is exactly right. That is exactly right. So thank you, JD. I will absolutely look into it. Absolutely look into it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we got GF. Shout out to GF. Salute, lead attorney. Salute. Who else do we got? We got the beautiful Raven. The beautiful Raven Von Cuervo in the house. Thank you so much, Raven. Thank you for showing up again and supporting your boy. Really, really appreciate it. Great to see you, Raven. All right, we got Our Call. Am I saying that correctly? Our Call? Can you hear me? Alra? Alra? You're not even muted. I've unmuted you. Alra? Going once, going twice? Okay. Alra, I can't hear you, but I'll let you Alra? Nope. Okay, you're gone. Come back. Just come back, and I'll put you up. I'll put you up. Okay, we got C Benji 07. Can you hear me? I just muted you. C Benji, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Listen, thank you so much for coming on the panel, joining the stream. Thank you. What do you think about all of this?
Okay, so what I wanted to talk about. Okay, yeah, about how everybody was talking about hiding the books and moving the money between LLCs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's my understanding that Rory and Mal, their agreement is to get a percentage of the net of the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So when Joe's going to the table to get these deals, Joe Budden Podcast is not on the contract.
Mm-hmm.
So what it probably is he probably getting the deals maybe to another LLC or something like that, and then allocating money to the podcast. And so that's probably how they get in their money.
You know, and that's a good point. And it certainly could be that way, C. Benji, but here's the problem with that. Say Toyota wants to run ads on the podcast, okay? And let's say Joe has cultivated and curated this sponsorship. And the sponsorship, Toyota is going to pay Joe Budden $1 million, okay? So what you're basically saying is Joe negotiates with them and Joe says, listen, this is what we're going to do. You're going to give me $1 million to run advertisements on the podcast. And Toyota says, yeah, here's our $1 million. Just take it. Please take our money, Joe. And Joe says, well, listen, this is what I want to do. I'm going to run ads on the podcast, but instead of you making this check to the Joe Budden podcast, why don't you make it to Joe Budden Enterprises so it doesn't go to the podcast? And then Toyota says, listen, Joe, we don't give a damn who we make the check to. Here's our $1 million. Take it, run our ads. And Joe says, cool, we'll just make it to Joe Budden Enterprises. And so Toyota makes it to Joe Budden Enterprises. Joe takes that $1 million check and deposits it into another account, right? And then what happens? What happens? Do you know the next step, C. Benji? The next step is all of a sudden, there are advertisements on the Joe Budden podcast. And Roy's like, hold up. We have a new sponsor. It's Toyota. Fantastic, right? Fantastic. Let me see the books to see how much they paid. And what you're saying, Joe Benji, is you're saying that, no. Joe's saying, no. This is Toyota. And they're doing advertisements. And they're doing advertisements on our podcast. And they're getting tremendous benefit from doing advertisements on our podcast, but they actually pay Joe Enterprises. Like, do you think that's going to work, C. Benji?
No.
Okay, no, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. You're able to see it. The great guy was not able to see it.
But here's what I would like to say though.
Yes.
With regards to accounting, I do believe that they were given accounting. This is what I think. The case was, because I'm kind of reading between the lines based on what I'm hearing everybody say. Mm-hmm. It seems to me that Rory was the one who was complaining about expenses the longest. Yes. Because if you hear Mal, he says we first brought up accounting in 2019, and then Rory cuts him off and says no, way before that. Mm-hmm. And then if you go back to the episode that they were responding to in the first place, Joe said that Rory had been complaining for 3 years. He didn't say Rory and Mal. So what I think Roy had been complaining about it behind the scenes for a while, and Roy even said his beef with Joe was when Joe started saying public things, and some clips were surfacing of Joe kind of taking subs at Rory and vice versa and stuff, and you could kind of see it playing out, even though maybe it went over a lot of people's heads.
I agree, and this is one of the things that I don't really like. I don't like the way Rory handled this. I love the fact that number one, Roy got a contract. That's huge. If you go into an attorney's office, an attorney's going to say one thing out of his mouth. You can say, where is the contract? That's the first thing any attorney is going to say, because we need to see it. And Roy is the one who pushed it. So good on him for that. That was huge. That was huge. But here's the problem. The contract allowed him certain rights. And so when he tried to exercise those rights, he got cussed out. Now that can happen to anybody. That can happen to anybody. You can have a right to something and you go to ask for it and you get cussed out. But what did he do? He just bent over. And he waited 6 months. And then he brought it back up again, got cussed out again, and waited 6 months. And then brought it up again, waited 6 months again, and got cussed out again. Why do you keep allowing yourself to get cussed out when you got attorneys and a contract? That's what I don't understand. This is the whole sheep and wolves thing. You can be sheep in your relationship. So many of us have known men to get run over in our relationships. So many of us have been run over in our relationships. I don't even have to tell you how many men are getting run over in their marriages. Absolutely run over. And it's so easy to think, okay, well, in business, it doesn't work that way. It absolutely works that way. You can absolutely get in business with a Joe Budden and get run over. Right. And so I think that is what's happened. So if you're saying that Roy has been complaining about not being able to exercise his rights under the contract for years, I totally agree. But at least he's been trying. You know, I don't like Mal's position at all, where he has the right to something and he doesn't ask for it. Guys, this is very important. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm dropping game here today. This is very important. If you have a right to something under a contract and you don't insist on it, do you know what a judge can say? A judge can say is that even though the contract says you have a right to it, because you didn't insist on it, you no longer have a right to it. You have waived that right. Now, a lot of times in contracts, in most contracts, it'll say, hey, just because I haven't insisted on it doesn't mean that I waive it. But you can actually have things that you waive. Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby violated a lot of women, according to him. According to him in his deposition that he did in 2004, he said that he drugged a lot of women. And while they were drugged into sleep, he had sex with them. That's a violation. So a lot of those women could have gone to the state and prosecuted him, right? But what did they do? They waited. They waited like Roy. They waited. Now, what was the problem with them waiting? Well, the problem is that there's a certain thing called a statute of limitations, right? And I think in certain states, and a lot of the states, it was 12 years. So the women waited longer than 12 years. So guess what they did? They waived it. Now that's a little bit, if you want to get technical, it's not a great example because you can't really waive a crime, but that's kind of what they did. They waived the prosecution of their own violation because they sat on it. Right? Now, should they have sat on it? Who knows? It's for each of those 60 women to decide. But they waived it. What are we seeing with the Jessica Reed situation, Charlemagne? Jessica was 15. The state actually started the prosecution. The mom said, stop it. Stop it. I have a 15-year-old on my hands that's at home and she can't stop crying. She's been violated. She can't handle a trial. Stop the whole trial for violation. What did the indictment say? Shout out to Kwame Brown. Kwame showed the indictment. The indictment said Charlemagne the God was charged of having been engaged in penile vaginal intercourse with a 15-year-old girl. The state was like, oh, we're going to get you. And we got our star witness here. What did the mom do? The mom pulled her away. The mom said no. The mom basically waived her right to a prosecution on that charge. What am I telling you guys? Guys, even though you have a right to something, you can waive it. Do not, this is one of the fundamental things they teach you in law school. They teach you in law school, they teach you this. They say, do not sit on your rights. because you can waive them. And once you waive them, they can be gone forever. Right. So shout out to Roy for just keep bringing it up. Right now, he didn't bring it up in the way that I wanted him to bring it up, but you can waive things if you don't take action. And it seems like Mal was just kind of sitting back and wasn't taking a lot of action. It seemed like Roy was the one pressing. And shout out to him. You got to press it. If you don't press it, does anybody think Joe was going to press it to start paying him the money that he was supposed to pay him? Joe would have been, 120 years old, never would have paid him. So I think I was talking to somebody. God, I got to talking so much and the person left, right? He's like, forget it. All right, Patrice, can you hear me, Patrice? Patrice?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now. Thank you so much for joining the panel. I really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad to be back again. I love your show.
Thank you so much. I love having you on. What do you think about all this? We got Joe Budden over here cooking the books, maybe doesn't want to let people know what's up, what's the deal with the accounting, with the auditing. We got Rory over here. We got Mal over there on the cell phone. What do you think about all this?
Yeah, listen, I'm even more older than you, so I'm more old school. Back in the day, we used to call it padding the books, right?
Padding the books. I hear you.
Right. That's that sneaky bookkeeping going on. But I actually think it's a hot mess. I think that I don't watch Joe Budden's podcast, but I've been seeing things, what's been trending, coming through the algorithm in the YouTube streets. And I just say, I think that Joe Budden's going to have to definitely, if he hasn't already coughed up, he's going to have to cough up. Now, if Rory let the statute of limitations run out on anything on his contract, then like you were saying, you 100% right, shame on him. And that may come back to bite him, in the derriere. But I learned so much by dating an attorney for 2.5 years, because he would analyze and break down everything. And sometimes I used to get a little annoyed by that, but man,
let me ask this, Patrice, and guys, listen, okay? This is not on topic. This is just for my personal information. What did you think about dating an attorney? What did you think about that experience?
You know what? It was a really great experience. He's a great guy. He had his own practice for many, many years. And I've learned so much about the law now and understanding some of the nuances and things, tricks of the trades and, all of that by, dating one and asking questions. But the part that I realized that the brain of an attorney is they do analyze everything. And I had to kind of get used to that being in a relationship with one. So I kind of got used to it. But oh my God, I mean, we're still friends right today. I still call him for legal advice on things. And what would you do? So yeah, I pick his brain all the time. So yeah, so I wouldn't, awesome. It's not a bad thing. I think it was one of the best relationships and experiences I've had. So I definitely have nothing to say about it. It has this, like I said, the only thing I was like, God, do you always have to analyze everything?
That's exactly right. Guys, listen. Listen to my men out here. Man, you will listen to these women and women will say, oh, guys don't communicate well. Guys communicate horribly. Let me tell you, as an attorney, I've dated, I'm middle-aged, okay? So I've been around a little bit. These women, they're not great communicators either, man. They might be a little bit better than the Pookies and the Ray Rays, but we're all in the same boat. And an attorney, man, we will catch women say and this, Patrice. It's like you'll open your mouth and the attorney's like, yeah, it's like, hey, come on, you got to do it.
It's like, now you said this. But this is going to be the end result of that or whatever.
Patrice, I feel like you and I have dated. Absolutely. I mean, this is absolutely how my relationships work out. It's so true. It is so true. So sorry to interject there. That's just some personal information that I wanted. But yes, what do you think about the Charlemagne? What do you think about the Joe Budden and Mal and Rory experience that we're going through?
Yeah, I think the end result is if Joe Budden, was padding the books or hiding something, that the end result is he probably gonna, have to pay these guys something at the end, in the end, whether it's to make them shut up or go away or whatever the case may be. I don't know what the situation is as far as what's going on with them currently regarding the legal standpoint of it, but he fired them, right? So he fired them. And I thought I heard something about they were coming back. So is that not the case?
Well, that's the thing. You can't, supposedly, they were not fireable. If you are, who can be fired? Who can be fired? An employee can be fired, right? An independent contractor, you can kind of say it's firing, but it's a different type of thing. But if you are a partner, or if you are receiving a percentage, you can't really be fired like that. Now, of course, this is going to be controlled by what the partnership agreement says. But partners just don't get fired. A partner can get bought out.
Right.
Or the business can be dissolved. And what they had in there was a term limit. The contract was going to expire, let's say in 3 years or 5 years. So once the contract ended, that was it. It's like if you and I, Patrice, we're married, but the marriage laws are such that after 10 years, every marriage ends and you have to renew it. So when 10 years are up, our marriage dissolves. You didn't divorce me. I didn't divorce you. We're not divorced. Our marriage just ended. And now we have the right to remarry if we want. That's not how divorce laws work, but it's an example of kind of what the contract seems to look like, where it expires after a certain date. And then they could renew it if they would like. So it's not like they could get fired like they were just some random employee. That's what they're saying. It's like, Joe, you got this confused, buddy. I know you're the face of the podcast. You're the man. We're not fireable.
Right.
Right.
So that contract says that. So in the words you were saying about, like, if Rory or Mal didn't exercise a particular statement or in their contract, the judge can say that is it called like a null and void? So a judge can make that decision if the statute of limitations, so to speak, is up in that particular part or statement in a contract. Is that what you were referring to?
Well, it's a little different. What we're talking about is we're talking about a few things in your question. I'm talking about a few things. One is waiver. So if you have a lease, let's say you go to an apartment, right? Apartment complex, and you read your lease. What will the lease say? What will the lease say? The lease will say this. The lease will say, you have to pay us on the first day of every month. All right. Now you have a grace period until the third day or the fifth day. Fine. If you pay us within the grace period, then you're fine. If you pay after that day, you're going to owe us like a $50 charge, right? But suppose that we don't come after you for the $50 or even the rent. If we don't come after you for the $50 or the rent, we don't come after you for the rent. And so you stay in January rent free, and you stay in February rent free, and you stay in March rent free. We don't ask you for the rent. We can come back in April and ask you for the rent. Why? Every single lease, apartment lease, has a non-waiver provision. It says that even if we don't ask you, even if we don't insist on the rent, we have not waived it. You still owe it to us. Gotcha. And they have to put that in there because it could be that the person can make the argument, hey, they had a right to the rent, but they never asked for it. They never requested it. They never insisted on it. So they waived it. They waived it, right? And so that's different than the statute of limitations. The statute of limitations determines when you can bring a claim. Is it 4 years, 12 years? Some states, South Carolina, for example, for criminal cases, doesn't even have a statute of limitations. A lot of women's groups are trying to get the statute of limitations abolished because all of those 60 women in the Bill Cosby case, all of their claims were expired because of the statute of limitations. And they're saying that that's not fair to women. Maybe women need longer than 10 years or 12 years to bring their claim, right? So the waiver and the statute of limitations, it kind of looks similar, but they're two different things.
Gotcha. So just the one woman in the Bill Cosby case was the only one who statute of limitations wasn't up. I think you said she had like a week left or something.
Yes, she had a week left and she slid right in there. She was the only one. Bill Cosby, guys, came so close to being America's father forever. Forever. Just on that statute of limitations.
Now let me.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you this, because I think this was the same woman, wasn't it, that he, and I'm sorry, getting off the subject a little bit, but isn't it the same woman that he had settled with already and paid?
Yes. Yeah. And he got screwed over, not by her, kind of.
Okay.
Because he did pay her. But in that case, he admitted to violating women, but he admitted it in a deposition. But the deposition was sealed. A judge agreed to seal it. So no one knew about it. This was in 2004. But then Hannibal Buress, a decade later, just got on stage and started dogging Bill Cosby out. And that little set that he did went viral. And so then the woman went back to the state, and the state got that old civil case reopened. The state got the old deposition reopened, and they used it against him. And a lot of people said that judge should have never reopened that deposition, that case, unsealed it, that it was politically motivated against him. And it was allowed. Yeah. What's that?
I said, and it was allowed. They allowed.
And a lot of people said that was shady. A lot of people say, hey, that was racist. That was because Bill Cosby at the time was trying to buy NBC, and so there was some undercurrents there. But the fact remains that in that deposition, he admitted to violating those women. Right. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
So in the case, in the end result, what do you think the situation is going to be for Joe Budden? What do you think this end result is going to be? He's going to have to cooperate. And I know these Joe's from the street. And so the legal knowledge, the book knowledge and the education knowledge is not there on his end. But you will think that, like the Jay-Z's and the Nas's of the world, that these guys came from the streets as well, but they got these big attorneys, they got these big people behind them to protect them from things like that. So do you think that Joe Budden, he failed somewhere there with not protecting his interests, or is he just really being a street dude, just being a crook and trying to really just cheat them out of some of their earnings?
I think it's both. I think he absolutely failed to protect his interests, which is super common. It happens every day. If you're an attorney, how are you really going to protect all of your interests? That's like me coming out with a rap album, and then Arista comes to me with a 30-page contract and says, hey, lead attorney, sell us your rap album. I don't understand the first page, much less the second, much less the third. How am I supposed to protect myself without a contract, right? So, but in this, I guess that's a little different, because in this case, they did have a contract. What he underestimated was, and this is easy to do. He underestimated how popular his business was going to be. Mm-hmm. So he agreed to percentages for Rory and Mal, not knowing what the real numbers were going to look like. It's one thing to say you get 25%. It's another thing to say you get $15 million. A lot of times we will agree that you get 25%, but we will never agree that you get $15 million. But in the right circumstances, those numbers are exactly the same.
Right.
And so Rory and Mal were looking, and Joe, they were looking at the percentages, but they didn't know what the real numbers were going to be. And that's where he miscalculated. And again, it's impossible to calculate it correctly because no one can read the future. No one can see the future. So that's not his fault. There's no shame in miscalculating. Either you think your business is going to make more or make less. You don't know the future. It's all a risk. Right. So that's not his fault. But I definitely think he was being a street dude when these guys say, hey, we have a contract that allows us to get the books. Can we get the books? And he starts cussing them out. That's a street dude all the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a street dude.
You're hiding some. Yeah.
Yes. You're cooking the books. But now he's starting to soften in his responses. He's like, yeah, well, I thought it over. And yeah, I talked with my therapist. And yeah, I could have handled the situation better. So I don't think it's going to get, I think there's been some stern talking between the lawyers. I don't think they're going to fight it out in court. I think everything is going to get settled behind the scenes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the books are what they are. Somebody said numbers don't lie. And if Joe insisted on it and went to court, he will not only have to pay them what he owes them, but he will also have to pay attorney's fees. He will also have to pay costs of litigation. He will also have to pay other consequential damages. He could end up paying twice as much than if he just would have paid them out of hand. So I think what they're trying to do is there's no reason to go to court. It's going to be cheaper for Joe to pay him without going to court. That's what Joe is now realizing. So I think it's all just going to get settled behind the scenes, and they're going to move on. They're going to go their own ways.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, wow. That's something. Well, I'll definitely keep my eyes and my ears to these YouTube streets to find out more. But thank you for that and the knowledge. You just actually gave me some education and information on something, because I'm about to go into business with family members. And I think it's just smart to do that all around the board, to, like you say, to have certain things in the contract regarding accounting and auditing and things of that nature when you are going to be on a equal partnership, even with family members, because, you know, that those are things that can break up families and cause problems in family. It's unfortunate, it's sad, but true. But money, you know, can be the root of evil to people, even family members. So just to be smart about it. Thank you for even mentioning that, because that's going to help me, you know, get along with my ex attorney boyfriend to give me a clad iron contract for myself to protect myself.
Yes. And I totally wish you good luck
for that.
No problem. We got Cutie K. What does Cutie K says is don't do it. LOL. Family will be even worse. Listen, a lot of people say this. A lot of people say don't do business with friends or family. And like I was saying before, there's some wisdom in that, because you will be safer. You will be safer. But you look at the Hispanic community, you look at the Asian community, you even look at the white community. Other communities can do it. And you can't tell me that the Black community is worse than these other communities. We can absolutely do it. We just have to have the knowledge. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, may I just interject? And that's the main reason, like my family, we sat down and talked about it, and we wanted to create Black wealth and generational wealth in our families. So that's why we making the decision to do it. And yeah, I would advise, as I'm, you know, I got advice from you and listening to you, I advise my family members, make sure you protect yourself, you know, whatever attorney you use for these contracts. And when we go into this business together, it is for us to have generational wealth for our children and our children's children. So that's why we're doing this. So I learned so much just from you saying the things that you said when it comes to the contract part of it. But I want to keep it in the family. Like you said, so many other race ethnicities of peoples do it. Mexicans come over here and they'll start with one store. They'll stay in one household, 15 of them. And they will start with one corner store. And before you know it, they got a chain of stores. And they bring over all their family members from Mexico, and they all end up with stores. So this is the mindset that we as Black people and a Black race need to have. And that's what that's what I want to do with my family, is create generational wealth.
Facts. And it's so hard to create generational wealth. Well, it's hard to create generational wealth, but it's much easier if you have more people, right? It's so hard to do it on your own. It's hard to do it either way. But if you do it on your own, man, it's difficult. You're absolutely going to need the help of other people. And to have that be your family, it accumulates. It's like compound interest. So I think that is absolutely fantastic, Patrice. It just touches my heart. I love to see black people winning, Black people with plans, and Black people with the knowledge to do the things right. And it'll absolutely work out.
Yeah, thank you. I saw one of your subscribers say, "Don't do it," but
you just got to do it the right way. So many of us don't do it the right way. So if you're not going to do it the right way, then don't do it. But if you're going to do it the right way, then absolutely do it. You can absolutely do it.
Thank you so much. I love your show. I'm a loyal subscriber and fan of yours, and I will continue to follow you and support you and continue to chime in on these topics that you have, because they are very educational. And I appreciate you, brother, for doing what you're doing and helping your people learn a lot about law and things of that nature. And when you do another one on this whole child support issue and things that women do to men, I definitely want to be in on that next one, because I got some stuff with that regarding my son and his baby mama and the drama with that. But thank you so much for all you do for our people, community in these YouTube streets. You are so appreciated.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Patricia. I will definitely be looking out for you the next family law video that I do. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
No problem. No problem. That's what Abel was saying. Abel was like, okay, lead attorney, I see you with these celebrities. What's up with fathers' rights? Right? What's up with fathers' rights? So salute to Abel. I'm going to get back to it, and people are asking for it. But I also want to say and underscore what Ebony is saying here. I learned a lot today. We're learning. We can learn about a lot of things. Guys, I've been doing this stuff for 20 years. So I got a lot of stuff up here. Doesn't cost me much to sit here and talk to you guys on a Tuesday evening about it. Having said that, we are 3 hours and 43 minutes in. So I'm gonna stop it. I want to hear what Mr. Research has to say. But please, no one else join the channel. And I'm just happy that this actually has seemed to be a pretty informational video, some stream. So I'm pleased with it. Shout out to the Steel Curtain, always reminding you, none of this is legal advice. Okay, all this is just legal information. But I feel like we've gotten some good information out here today. What do you think about this, Mr. Research? What do you think about all this Roy and Mal and the Joe Budden situation?
Well, there's a couple of things that I think. Before I get to that, I did want to suggest to you yet again, I think you and I should really go down this Cosby case thing, because when I hear you say, and I say this politely,
yes,
when I hear you say certain things, it doesn't support. So I actually have the deposition Commonwealth Exhibit C2, 524-16, and she has three different versions. Number one.
Who is she?
The accuser has three different versions. I'm talking the Cosby thing right now.
Okay, you're talking about three different depositions?
Yeah, and they're all totally different.
Okay.
So that's number one that I think sometimes you don't take into consideration. And then when you say that Cosby admitted, no, the question was, and I think it's on page 24. The question was,
are you referencing all three depositions, or are you only referencing one deposition?
Cosby has one deposition. The accuser, Constant, has three different versions. She has the Canadian version. She has the version from the DA who helped her get the money. And then she has a third one from the DA that reopened the case. So respectfully, she didn't reopen the case. It was actually the district attorney, the new district attorney, because he was running against the old district attorney on the platform of I can get Cosby. Constance was in Canada.
Right. And let me just clear up that no, and sometimes this comes up. No private individual can open a case. All right. When you say that she didn't open a case, that's clear, because none of us as citizens generally can open a case. You need a prosecutor to do it. The prosecutor is the one to decide whether a case is going to go forward or not. But yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. It's all good. I mean, this is your platform. So that's why I think really I would love for you to take some time to actually go through that. I would love to see you go through the Chief Keef case because that's in your wheelhouse as far as how the judge forced a 16-year-old to pay a 32-year-old woman for a baby.
Someone told me about. I did a video, and sorry to cut you off again. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm trying to amplify. We're just having a conversation. I did a video on the worst type of child support case. And I actually did a video on 3 types of child support cases. And I offered to buy a coffee because I'm addicted to coffee, guys. I offered to buy a coffee. I offered to buy a coffee to anyone who could tell me the worst type of child support case. And I waited 2 weeks and I got a lot of entries. A lot of people tried to guess. No one guessed it. No one guessed it. Mr. Research, you would have guessed it. You would have guessed it because I did a video on the worst type of case, and it was when young boys are violated and then they have to pay child support to their victimizers, basically.
Molester.
Yes. to their victimizers. And so when I released that video, people were saying, "Oh my goodness, this is just like Chief Keef," right? So you're exactly right. I didn't know that about Chief Keef. I know, being an attorney, I knew the circumstance, but I didn't know that happened to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the crazy thing, how a judge can look at a teenager just because they have money and say, you know, pay this woman, and no DA goes against the woman for charges. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, let me stop you. I want to keep interrupting you, but I disagree with I don't disagree with it, because what you said is absolutely true. But what I want to emphasize, it doesn't even have to be about money. Most of these kids were poor. Most of these kids were not famous. You know, a 12-year-old is poor, right? I don't know what to tell you, right? Most of these boys their families had no money. So it wasn't, what you're saying is exactly right. Maybe it's easier for the judge to, order him to pay the child support since he has money. But the boys who have been in this situation consistently have not had money. So it's not even about money. It's about our young boys not being valued by the child support system. And if a 12-year-old is going to be on child support, if a 14-year-old is going to be on child support, what do you think they're going to do to your 32-year-old ass? You know what I'm saying? Like, men, you cannot expect. And I know I've got women in the chat, and you women, I get it. Everybody should support their children, right? But the child support system has fundamental flaws. And you cannot convince me otherwise if we have 12-year-old boys on child support, 12-year-old boys who were victims of being violated. And I want to say the R word, but I can't. So I'm using the violated word. But when I say violated, you need to hear the R word. These boys were violated, and now they're paying child support to their violators. Right. So right. I'm totally with you on that, Mr. Research.
So just to wrap up the Bill Cosby side of it, here's the part that I disagree with you when you said he admitted, because the question was, do you use drugs when you interact with sex? And what Cosby says was, yeah, at that time we used Spanish fly, marijuana, and then that is what people says got him, because in this day and age now, what used to be a thing that was used during the 80s and early 90s is now considered as putting someone in an incoherent state. So he was honest about what he did at the time, and they didn't even ask about her, because the reason I point out to you about the 3 different depositions that she did, because she admit in one of them, the blue pills that she spoke of, she addressed as Benadryl. She addressed it. So people tend to leave that part of it out, that constant, the blue pill she kept referring to, the DA is the one who dressed it up as some type of incoherent drug. She admitted in one of her deposition, I think it was the first one or the second one, that it was Benadryl, and she saw the bottle. He got caught up because he said the general statement of, yeah, if they want it, I give them Spanish fly, but he put in there if they want it. Nobody ever really mentions that. And it would be great for us to go one day, months from now, just to go step by step through that deposition and hear your legal interpretation. Because a lot of things, the third DA scratched out. And I find that ironic too, how a judge can allow a jury to hear something that was clearly modified by the DA. But after you reply to that, then I'll get to the Joe Budden thing and why I agree with Benji.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you telling me that. I have not read the Bill Cosby deposition, right? And so if you are saying that he did not admit to drugging women, then I definitely I want to take that back. It was my understanding that he did, but I'm going to go back and read the deposition, and maybe, like you said, that'll be a good idea to do a video on, right? Because Cosby's kind of come up in the news. He was recently denied some type of bail that he wanted to try to get out while his case is being looked at by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court because it's on appeal.
Right.
So that might be an excellent video idea. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I got 47 pages of it, and like I said, I research for a living because of what I do. So my brain is always looking for things to research. But you're absolutely right. He did get denied only because, and people try to dress it up that he didn't want to go to therapy. He was okay with going to therapy. They wanted him to admit that he did wrong. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. And from my understanding, you wasn't going to ask me to do that. So that's another gameplay to where allegedly, I wasn't there, but allegedly they coaxed him into, yeah, we're going to let you out as long as you agree to this therapy. And okay, I'm going to agree to the therapy. But at the final hour, they wanted him to verbally admit that he was wrong. He was like, no, I'm not doing that. And that's what put him back in jail. But let me go to the Rory thing, because I know your time is valuable. You guys go like 400 an hour. I know how much I got to pay my lawyers.
That's true. It can add up. But listen, these are after hours right here. These are free. After hours are free, at least for this.
Okay, that's what's up. And I'm glad you allow a little bit of intellectual chess back and forth, because sometimes in these spaces, people are not as forward reading as maybe they should to be able to hold these levels of conversation. So I appreciate you. I appreciate the other brother Ike. I appreciate a lot of these people who are elevated Black men, because you and I know it's hard to compete with non-melanated people, and you got to be an intellectual to do this stuff. You just can't be a get angry type of person. So salute to you on that.
It's true. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think you're absolutely right.
Now let's get to the thing that brought me up here.
Yeah.
So here's where I disagree with you.
Okay.
And Exhibit 1, evidence. And I know you're going to like evidence. I'm not a Joe Budden fan, but this is what he said the episode before he fired them. I think you'll find this interesting.
Okay.
If you want more money, quote, bring something to the table. I went out and got XYZ. I went out and what did you get? End quote. So I say that to say this. I believe with that type of quote and the silence from the two individuals, that Joe must have structured these percentages in such a way, because Rory said this. Rory said something about getting money from the Spotify and the YouTube dollars, the AdSense.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe was quick to cut him off about sponsors. So here's what I pose to you. And this proves Benji's point. With Joe saying that, and the lack of pushback from Rory, and Mal is just riding along. Mal is like Arsenio. He's just riding. If that's the case, then lead attorney, contractually, they wouldn't have anything other than maybe the remaining 24 months that they have on their item, with maybe some projected number money. Maybe. Because if you are not bringing sponsors to the table, number one, what are you doing for your percentage? But nevertheless, let's say you don't have to define that. Then if you've already admitted that Rory, as Rory, that it's Spotify and AdSense dollar out of Rory's own mouth, Rory said nothing about sponsors, and he said nothing when Joe brought up the fact that he was bringing in this sponsor and that sponsor, and when Joe said, and I quote, "You need to bring something in." So we don't know. We're just, pontificating, but
Yeah.
it sounds very plausible that the way this is structured, you need to bring something. And if you're just kicking back, getting your 5% or your 8%, then I'm really cool to cash you out. I'm right. You're right. It's not a firing, but you're just going to get cashed out. So at the end of the day, it's going to feel like a firing because take this. I see you later. Here go a new group of dudes. I'm off and running. And it's something that YouTube does to us every 6 months when they send us those new agreement things in our email. Hey, we're going to take more money from you, give you less. And if you want to continue to use YouTube, these are the standards we want you to roll with because we're a private agent.
Don't tell me that. I've only been monetized since January. I haven't got one of those emails yet. Don't break my heart yet.
Oh, brother, I had 42,000 subscribers back in 2009, 2010, and they just
you've been on here you were OG. I didn't know that. 2009, 2010. My goodness.
Yeah, I used to be Alpha Male Wisdom back in 07. Yeah, O'Shea had maybe 5,000 subscribers.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was, but I just never took it seriously because I work in medical finance.
Right.
And I just did it to help the people, like get brothers aware of how to elevate, but that's neither here nor there. They ain't talking about me. My point is on the Joe Budden thing is that, and I'm glad people get to hear us talk business and contracts. I think the percentages are structured so that you would have to be bringing something in, whether that be dollar amount, whether that be bringing in sponsors or something to that effect, because it sounds like out of Rory's mouth, yet again, he's concerned about the AdSense dollars and the Spotify, and that's all he spoke of. So what are your thoughts on that if it were to be true?
Okay. Here are my thoughts on that. What you're saying is he should have been expected to bring in some business to justify his percentage, right? Because otherwise, why would he get a percentage if he wasn't bringing in any business? Is that kind of where you're at?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Worst case scenario, let's say we just gave him the 5% with bringing nothing in, you wouldn't get part of my sponsors.
All right, let's talk about this. And guys, attorneys know this very well because this is actually why a lot of attorney partnerships fall apart. What's a general traditional attorney partnership? Me and you, Mr. Research, you're an attorney, all right, and I'm an attorney, and we're gonna go into business together. And you're gonna do criminal law, and I'm gonna do family law. So we're partners, and we share expenses. And this is the way it's structured. Whatever you bring in on the criminal side, it goes into a pot. Whatever I bring in the family law, it goes into that same pot. And then we pay our receptionist, we pay our paralegals, we pay for the printer, we pay for the internet, we pay for the rent, we pay all these expenses. And then we have, let's say, 100,000 left at the end of the month. And then you and I split that, right? So we split it 50-50. What happens? What happens, Mr. Research? Let me tell you what happens. It's that you're bringing in these big criminal cases, and I look in the pot because I have access. People are saying, this Rory and Mal shouldn't have access to the books. Of course they have access to the books, because how would you know your percentage? I get 50% of what you bring in, Mr. Research. You get 50% of what I bring in. We both need to be able to peek into the pot and see what's in there. So I peek into the pot and I'm like, man, Mr. Research is killing it. We're going to have a good month this month. Right? And so we because I get 50% of what you bring in. And you get 50% of what I bring in. Now, my wife is on me about, you spend too much time in the office. and I look at what you put in the pot. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a good month. So I'm going to start taking off Fridays. Now you notice, but we've been in partnership for a long time and we're friends, so you don't say anything. But what you know in your head is, okay, lead attorney isn't working on Friday, so he's not really bringing in business like he's used to, but whatever. And then the next month rolled around and you even get even more. I look in the pot again. I'm like, oh, Mr. Research is killing it. So now I'm going to take Thursday afternoons along with those Fridays. And before you know it, Mr. Research, 6 months have passed and the only money in the pot is your money. Right? So now we're splitting up your money. I'm not even working anymore. I'm living off you. Right? But you are receiving 50% of what I bring in. But the issue for you is that I'm bringing in zero. So you're getting 50% of zero. Whereas you're bringing in 300,000 a month. And now after expenses, I'm getting my 100,000 or whatever. And you're like, this isn't fair. Right? So but that's what our partnership agreement says. Everybody's like, oh, well, Roy didn't do anything. Mal didn't do anything. It doesn't matter what they did or didn't do. It matters what the contract says. This is what the steel curtain has been telling you guys. It doesn't matter if I took off on Fridays or Thursdays or Wednesdays. You should have thought about that when you gave me my percentage. Right? So it all goes to the contract. Roy and Mal have stated consistently, especially in this response, we get a percentage. Don't talk to me about what I should do more or what I should do less. And it kind of sounds like where you're coming from, Mr. Research. You're trying to say, hey, they should have brought in more sponsors. That's like you, Mr. Research, saying, hey, you should have brought in more high ticket divorces. You should have brought in more high asset divorces. Now it's true, Mr. Research, that if I wanted us to earn more money, then yes, I would have brought in more divorces of athletes and entertainers and strippers. So we got down here in Atlanta. Because that would have gone into the pot and I would have gotten 50% of that. But what if I was content with just your 50%? And the partnership agreement says that that's the way it's going to be for 24 months or 36 months. If it's 36 months, it's 30%. It's 36 months. You can't fire me because I'm not working on Thursdays and Fridays anymore. You got to eat that. Why do you have to eat it? Because you signed it. Right? So don't come to me. And this is why a lot of attorney partnerships fall apart, because people start looking, hey, I was here on Friday till 6 o'clock. They left at 3 because they got kids. Is that fair? Right? People start looking at what everybody else is doing. And there's like, it's not fair. I'm working harder, but I'm only get 50%. You work less, but you also get 50%. So right. that's how I respond to kind of what you said. But I've been talking so much, I'm not sure if there were points that I missed or questions that you want to answer.
You hit it straight on. The only thing I'll say in Joe's defense, I don't think he made them 1/3 partners. I think he put them under 10% somewhere. So
let me jump in right quick, not to interrupt you, but people want to know what your YouTube channel is. So if you can write your YouTube channel in the chat.
No worries. But here's the thing. If it's under 10%, I would rather just pay you out.
Well, you say that, but you don't know what the payout looks like. Here's the thing, guys. You can dissolve partnerships, but a lot of times those are structured. So you have to follow the structure of the contract. What if the contract says, if you want to buy me out, you have to give me $100 million? Do you want to buy me out, or do you just want to wait the 36 months?
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So it could be that, Joe's like, I don't want to buy you out because it's expensive, and I don't want to pay you what I'm going to pay you because you're eating off me. One of you guys is sitting over here on the stool, and the other you guys is sitting on the cell phone. That could be the same person. I don't watch the show. Right? But he's like, so I'm not going to pay you out because you don't deserve it, and I'm not going to give you your percentage, whether it's 3%, 5%, 10%, because you don't do anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cook the books and cuss you out. And that's what Joe decided to do.
Let me bow out and let me give you some credit on something, man. It is good. You know, I did something years ago called the Suit and Tie series.
Mm-hmm.
And because I'm a manager and I lead all type of people, I try to tell black men all the time, you got to put yourself in a position to lead other men or in a position to outthink other men. Before I bow out of here, what are your thoughts on me suggesting that men put themselves in a position to outthink other men? Is that I know we kind of want to let people have their lane, but you and I know how powerful it is to have that. But if you disagree, tell me as I bow out. That's my last question.
I feel like just emotionally, I agree with you 100%. But you know, me being logical, I don't really know what you mean by putting someone in a position to outthink. I don't know what that looks like in reality.
Well, what I mean is sometimes because I'm in political areas, I'm in other areas, and I'm in the hood, and I hear people tell me, you know, CA, I want to do what you do, and I'm like, yeah, but bro, you can't be in a position where everything is comfortable and everything is all right. You can't, because if you do, it puts you in a position of why they treating me like this. The only way that gets fixed is if you become supervisor, manager, you run for something, or you bankroll somebody that's running for something. I just think our black males sometimes they want things to change, but they're not invested in such a way where they're trying to outmaneuver and outthink those who are blocking them.
Yeah. Emotionally, I'm in there 100%. But I will say this: I will acknowledge that, you know, not everybody has the intellect of someone like yourself. And let's just be honest, everybody's on a distribution curve. All right. We all know that there are some people out there that are not that smart. And we all know that most people are of average intelligence. And so to look at black men and tell black men of average intelligence that they need to start outthinking people, I wouldn't necessarily see that as productive. What I would say, though, is that if you are of high intelligence, then you're probably going to outthink people anyway, right? So that's not something that you need to try to do, because you're usually going to do it just naturally. What I will say, though, that is for people of average intelligence is that there are ways to win without outthinking people. For example, YouTube, right? I'm on here on YouTube. I'm going to release a video tomorrow, guys, about how much I make on YouTube. I said I'm going to do that at 10,000 subscribers, 20,000 subscribers, 50 and 100,000. And I reached the 20,000 subscriber mark. I reached it like yesterday. So I'm going to do the video tomorrow. And I will tell you that YouTube is a place where you don't necessarily need to outthink anybody. If you find your audience, you can make a good living, especially if you're especially if you are of average intelligence. You can make a good living just noticing the market without having to outthink or outplay or outchess anybody. If you find your lane, if you find what you're good at, you can be successful without necessarily outthinking people. Now, if you get into a competitive market, if you start trying to manufacture cars with Tesla and Toyota, you're going to have to outthink of a lot of people, and you're probably not going to succeed. But if you start making videos, shout out to there's a brother on YouTube. It shocked the hell out of me. For some reason, this brother came. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry, but he popped up in my feed, and the reason that he popped up, I don't know why he popped up, especially for this. If you look at me, but he was a barber, and he was charging. He did a haircut that he charged $200 for. I had never seen that in my life. And this man, I believe, he had over 100,000 subscribers. What was he doing? All he was doing is cutting hair, and he had a camera set up, and he would just film him cutting the hair, $100 haircuts, $200 haircuts. And he wouldn't talk while he was doing the haircuts, but he would go back and give commentary and say, this is what I was doing over here. This is how I lined this man up. For you barbers and somebody has a sketchy lineup, this is how you fix it. This is how you address this issue. This is how you address that issue. He has over 100,000 subscribers, and he's a young, I guess he's like late 20s, and he's charging $200 a haircut. Now, you can't convince me that this man is out thinking anybody, right? But this man is supporting himself and his family by being creative. How many barbers are out there every day? But then how many of them are actually recording what they are doing and turning that into creative content, which they are uploading and getting paid again? He got paid twice on the same haircut. Right?
Right.
And so he's not out thinking anybody. He's just being creative and focusing on what he does the best, what he likes to do. I mean, just watching his videos, you can tell he's passionate about it. So, can you win by outthinking people? Absolutely. And if you get in an industry that's competitive, you will have to do it or you will not succeed. But I will say that, there are other activities where you don't need to outthink people. You can just do a good job. I mentioned the Vietnamese, you have a family of 12 and they're in there and they have a nail salon next to the Publix. Who are they outthinking? Right? But they're just doing really good work. So, there are people like you, Mr. Research, who are intelligent and they're in these competitive fields. And if you do not outthink people, you're going to fail. But that's because you're in one of these high echelon, high ranking positions. Yeah. But there are other people, Mr. Research, if we can be honest, they just don't have your intellect, but they can still be wildly successful. An electrician can make, $150,000 a year. You don't have to outthink anybody. So I don't want to belabor the point. That's just kind of what I think about.
Thank you very much for that. And I just, I want to see a day when a lot of brothers are just revered. Let me put it that way. Beyond their physicality. That would be I guess that's what I strive for all the time. Much love. Let me get off your channels. Thank you, sir. I like the intellectual banter back and forth. This is why I come over here to you. I really appreciate it. And thank you for teaching the people, man, just how law works. Because I think our people sometimes assume how law works, and you're here to set that straight. Thank you, sir.
No problem. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was going to end it, but Chaos Reign slid in. So I'm going to end it, but I'm going to talk to Chaos Reign. I'm never going to cut him off. Chaos Reign, what do you think about all of this? What do you think about the Joe Budden and Roy and Mal situation, or anything else that you've heard?
That's a lot to digest right now, man. Joe Budden is having some issues. He needs probably some help, professional help.
He says he's getting it, not to interrupt you, but he says he's got a therapist now and he's trying to get some help.
Well, he needs to get it and get at it, take action. Let's talking, because if the trajectory of this 41-year-old man is going, he's going to be homeless if he's not careful.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm reading the chat. Give me 1 second. Because the chat's got me enthralled. The way TV says Mal, not Mal. Oh, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I keep saying Mal. Why is it not? I keep saying Mal. Why is it not? Oh, he's confusing everybody. But you're exactly right. Thank you, Three-Way TV. And let me shout out AMCK72. Says he just looked up the $200 barber. His name is Get Beamed. Shout out at Get Beamed if someone can put his channel in the chat. Thank you, AMCK72, for this. I really appreciate it. Shout out to that brother. And I love you guys on the stream, man. You guys are killing it. Thank you for always being on top of it. I just be out here rambling, and you guys always holding me down and got my back. So thank you. Thank you. So sorry about that, Chaos Rain. What were you saying?
If this brother is not careful, he's going to be homeless. Way how he's living his life right now.
Yeah.
He had an issue where he had a situation with the woman that worked with him. He's already going to go through that legal action. Now he has to go through legal action with the two men that he works with. So we count the estimation that he's going to lose millions and millions of dollars because he's not really thinking foresight. He doesn't have no one he could trust. Is Joe Budden married?
I have no idea. I can't even say Mal's name right. So
right now he's doing this lone wolf thing, and it's not really panning out. the way it should work out. Just by knowing how this guy moves and following not only your channel but anybody's talking about this dude, I wouldn't do no business with Joe Budden at all.
Facts.
Joe Budden is not a dependable black man. He has issues, and he's very sloppy with his behavior and attitude and how he moves as an older black man. And it's very frightening. It's concerning to me. Very concerning. Because this man's supposed to be, if you are part of the rap game for such a long time, you're out of the game a little bit. Now you're doing other things that's, still dealing with media, celebrities, etc. And you move so sloppy, like how you move right now, you can't afford to slip up as a black man in America doing this. Yeah. Do you know there's Me Too? Do you know there's ways they can find ways to extract more resource out of you? Not only women, but other men that you don't sit there and work out a good deal instead of stabbing other brothers in the back. Now imagine you had other non-black clients around him. It would have been worse. I'm telling you right now, lead attorney. These other groups of men don't play around in business. They will hurt you. Yeah. And they'll hurt you big. But because he's only working with brothers, not Negroes, he thinks it's a little easier to say, well, I could slide in with a few brothers here. They understand. They're not going to ask or demand much. No. You sadly mistaken. If you made contract and negotiate deals we write in paper, and there's certain things in the contract that facilitates how you're supposed to move with people that you made agreements on legal grounds, you have to abide by it. If you renege on the contract and break that agreement, you're going to lose more than you expect, especially you got given incentives. Because now the judge come in, a lot of people going to be in business, the IRS, all this stuff going, and you're going to be paying out big. Imagine you go to court with this. You're going to lose.
Absolutely.
And it might even go as far as you might be, if not careful, doing some evasion, tax evasion or something. If you're not careful.
I agree with you. I really do.
Yeah. So that's my only take on Joe Budden. I don't wish the brother best because at the end, people need to learn. And I think he has not learned enough. And I think now the only way a man's going to change his attitude and change how he moves in this world is when there's consequences. And consequence is going to result in your pocket, and it's going to be heavy. And how things are now, I don't think he can afford to take any more hits. I heard a rumor a couple months ago he had issue with Spotify and all these online music outlets that he had to let go because they were not giving his fair share of money. Mm-hmm. You don't want this as a record where people could look up your reputation. Because now no outlet is going to trust you and give you big money. They already know you're sloppy already with this.
Super sloppy. Totally agree.
So you think that somebody's going to trust you on their platform, and you up here following women employees that work with, or you swindling and scamming men that you're in contract with? Come on.
Yeah, it's super sketchy, but it looks like in the end, like you said, he's getting he's talking to a therapist and he's calming down. And some of the responses, he's kind of backing off a little bit and he's softening his tone. So I think they're going to end up getting it all together. Thank goodness. And then they're just going to go their separate ways. So this looks like it's going to have a happy ending. I would be surprised if it didn't, especially I think some attorneys have gotten into to Joe's ear and just saying, listen, you need to cooperate because they have a right to the books. All right. So thank you, Adriana. I know this isn't usually what we talk about. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. I didn't really know about Joe Budden either, but I think this one, maybe not for Adriana, but this stream has been pretty fascinating to a lot of us. And we've learned a lot. We've talked about some very, very important issues. So I'm extremely happy with this one. We did a lot of learning in this one. And guys, I encourage you to subscribe. If you ever want to ask an attorney how he feels about a certain thing, you can always come back up. All right. So definitely want to thank Chaos Rain for coming on. Want to thank everybody who came up here. Want to thank all of our moderators, especially, of course, I saw the Young Prince in here, Steel Curtain, of course. And of course, got to thank Gail. Manosphere, Mana, of course. So everybody who came up here, everybody who commented in the chats, really, really appreciate it. We've talked about a lot of things. And just like the Steel Curtain said, guys, even though I answer your questions, None of this is legal advice. All right. This is just legal information. I'm not your attorney. I am the lead attorney, and I'm here to help you lawyer up.